Hello and welcome all to Election Night in America 2026, yet another part. And so today we're going to be looking at the primaries that are going to be taking place in the states of Kansas, Michigan, as well as in Missouri, Washington, and Virginia. All of those are going to be taking place tonight. And this is going to be an open stream, so feel free to ask questions. They will be answered live. So the main things we're going to be looking at tonight, of course, are going to be, first, the big kahuna, essentially, is going to be the contest in Michigan's U.S. Senate contest for the Democrats. Abdul El-Sayed is very favored right now to win the primary, but it is possible for an upset. So maybe Haley Stevens will, in fact, pull off an upset and will win. Then, of course, we have quite a bit until then. We have the polls don't close there for another 2.25 hours. Before that, the big thing is going to be in Missouri, which closes at 8, which is a little bit sooner. Wesley Bell versus Cori Bush in the 1st Congressional District in the state of Missouri. Cori Bush was the House representative here for years. Now, in 2024, Wesley Bell, I believe it was 2024, Wesley Bell managed to defeat Cori Bush in the primary, and now she is back for a rematch. Then we go to the state of Virginia, which is going to be the first that has polls closed in now 11 minutes. As you can see, is now at the bottom instead of a little bar on the right that would sometimes cover things up over here. Now I have a bar across the bottom with the time and the countdown to the time the next polls close. So definitely redid it a little bit. Also did it with some restyling with some new colors. So those are going to be the big things tonight. The biggest thing that's going to be closing at 7 is going to be the 2nd Congressional District's primary for the Democrats. The Republicans are going to renominate Jennifer Kiggins, who is the incumbent here, and basically, based on how things are looking right now, whoever wins this primary will be the next U.S. House representative from the 2nd District. Elaine Luria is likely going to win this. She's the one who I believe might have been the nominee in 2024. No, okay, 22. Yes. Actually, yes. It appears that she was actually the representative for this area years ago, back before it got drawn to be a little bit redder and then flipped red in 2022. So there's a chance that she will come back and defeat Kiggins to then take back this House seat for the Democrats, which is definitely possible and would be very interesting to see happen. It's absolutely possible. We'll have to watch how this seat unfolds when the polls close now in under 10 minutes. So got all new graphics and all that set up, and so very excited for that new look to it all. Yeah, if anyone here would like to share and help spread the live stream, that'd be great. Because again, usually these primaries are more quiet in nature, so it's nice to have them be out there. Steve Kornacki's going live in an hour, so really he's going to be completely missing Virginia. But DDHQ went live a little while ago, so things are going to start popping up here. So what we're watching now is the primaries again in the state of Virginia are going to be the first ones to be closing. They are going to be closing in just 8 8.5 minutes, which you can, I'm gonna bump down my mic a little bit, which you can see on the bottom of the screen, bottom left. If you're watching on a phone, you might want to make it full screen so you can see it better, because those numbers, I guess, would probably be pretty small. But that's going to be the big first step. They close at 7. And so I expect that at this point, it's probably going to end up being a pretty... There we go. A pretty... pretty regular. I expect Luria is probably going to win pretty quickly, and I'm not really sure who's going to end up winning the first district. The markets seem to think Taylor is favored here. I'm not 100% sure on how I feel about that exactly. I haven't looked much into this, but whoever ends up winning this is going up against Rob Whitman in the election in November, and as you can see, is a Trump +5 district, and Hung Kao won it by 3.5 in 2024. Whitman is a strong overperformer in the district, so whoever ends up winning this nomination will have to do a bit better than the standard line to be able to win in this district. That question will remain up in the air. We'll have to see how polling goes. It'll be a bit more exact. I'm not sure if this is actually going to be one of the districts that's going to be polled very often, because it isn't necessarily seen as very competitive for as far as everyone else's modeling goes. But for ours, it is a lean Republican district in the most recent prediction, which we came out with now 2 days ago, I believe. Yesterday was Senate, 2 days ago was... yesterday was Governors, 2 days ago was Senate, 3 days ago was the House. So, would have been 3 days ago. It is a lean Republican district, expected to be red by a few points. If we look at the House, and... Alright, I can search now, because I'm smart and I made this. As you can see, it's relatively... I mean, a very strong expected performance. And if you look at the national environment, you'd expect a generic Republican to lose by 3 to a generic Democrat. So Whitman is going to need to overperform in this district to have any chance to hold on. Luckily for the Republicans, he is an overperformer. And so as of right now, based on the expected performance, you can see that he would be expected to win by 1.3%. And so I really don't think that Democrats are going to be putting much effort into it, though. So I think it's going to lag a little bit, which is why it is a lean Republican district for right now. You could probably expect a relatively solid 3 to 4 point margin as of right now, because it also has a lot of left-trending Richmond suburbs, which definitely have shifted very hard towards the Democratic Party in recent cycles. Looking at Hanover and Henrico counties there, that are very much going to be increasingly in play. Meanwhile, you, of course, on the statewide level, have the very deep Washington, D.C. metro area shifting a bit to the right. So that's going to be the main things to be watching in the very beginning. Virginia's U.S. House 1 and 2. No idea why they are numbered that way, though. I don't know why they didn't start with 1 over here or something, but whatever. I didn't draw the districts. I mean, I kind of wish I would. I could, because, I don't know, sounds fun, but... So, tonight, again, we're going to be watching at 7 p.m. As you can see on the bottom left, the countdown for the polls to close. That is in the state of Virginia. The state of Virginia is going to have its polls close in not way too many minutes from now. That screws it up. In not way too many minutes from now. And so that's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Then we go to the state of Missouri, which is going to close at 8 p.m., where we have the 1st Congressional District's primary here, Wesley Bell, the incumbent, versus the former incumbent, Cori Bush. And that match is going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Then, at 9 p.m., Kansas is going to close, as well as the state of Michigan. Kansas, both parties have a competitive governorship contest. And then in Michigan, the U.S. Senate for the Democrats. Abdul Al-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. The race to fight Mike Rogers in November. Who will win, the progressive Abdul Al-Sayed or the more establishment Haley Stevens? That is yet to be seen. And then, finally, at 11 p.m., we will have the state of Washington, and this is more just a seat that I want to see how well Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez does in the top 2 primary, and which Republican will end up winning. Right now, the markets say that Braun is going to win, and Perez is right behind. So they say there's a very strong chance it's going to be Braun v. Perez. We'll have to see if that turns up to be correct. In the meantime, feel free to ask any questions in the live chat. I will be easily able to get to them, especially in the beginning, because there's not going to be all that much going on. But the polls close now in just 2 minutes. So that is going to be everything here on the schedule tonight. All right, so currently awaiting the first polls to close in the state of Virginia. We can expect those polls. The first results, at least, are going to probably come somewhat quickly, not very fast, but without way too much hesitation. Probably the first drop in under 15 minutes, and so that is going to definitely be a very important first drop to see who will face off against Jen Kiggins in November. And now that is going to close in just under 2 minutes. The polls closing in the state of Virginia. It turned out to be even more obnoxious than the old one. It was updating itself, and now it's not. This is annoying. A minute 20. All right, we're down to 1 minute left before the polls close in the state of Virginia. And so this is going to have the primary contests in the 1st and 2nd district that we are going to be watching pretty closely. Both of those for the Democrats. The 1st district is going to be for against Rob Whitman, and the 2nd against Jen Kiggins. Both of those coming up in just 30 seconds. We are now down to 30 seconds before the polls close across a good chunk of across the state of Virginia, and we also have the Senate primary for the Republicans, who is going to fight against Mark Warner in his re-election bid there. All that and more as the polls close in Virginia right now. It is too early to make any projections at the moment, and so now we just wait for the first results to start coming in at this point in time. It is just barely 7 o'clock on the East Coast. And so the polls have now closed in the state of Virginia, and we are awaiting the first results across these districts. Across these districts here. So that's going to be an important numbers to start waiting to see how things go as they start coming in. All right, so what we're looking at again is going to be a oh yes, I love seeing the regulars come in now. Hello, Alex. So polls have closed in the state of Virginia, and hello. I don't know. I guess Civic API. So the More interesting contest slightly is going to be the second district, but just as interesting as the first district, who is going to be fighting against Rob Whitman. The third district is also going to be there. I don't know why it's not on their watch list. There we go. VA. No, VA. U.S. House. I actually forget which district it is. Yeah, no crap. Rob Whitman's going to win the primary against nobody as he's an incumbent. I'm not. The 5th. 5. There we are. This is who is going to fight off against John McGuire, who is almost certainly going to win renomination. And there's no reason that Melanie Lucero should have any real shot at winning here. So that is probably going to easily be a victory for McGuire. The question is who is he going to face on the Democratic side? And this is another relatively competitive district. It has some bluer areas like the northern Richmond suburbs, which are trending to the left, but they're more exurbanite areas here, Goochland, Powhatan counties. But the big part is Charlottesville and Albemarle County, Lynchburg, Danville, and a little bit in some of these areas. Halifax and Mecklenburg counties are a little bit blue. Prince Edward County, a very right-trending county that used to be a bit more Democratic-friendly. All of those are definitely going to be interesting to see them come into play in November. It's a little bit more of a Republican-leaning district. Nothing in yet. And then, of course, we have for the Virginia Senate. This is who is going to fight off against Mark Warner, who has won in a no contest election. Shocker to nobody, hopefully. And at the moment, it's really just going to be down to who is going to go up against Mark Warner. Almost certainly they are going to lose by like up to 17, 18 points. I mean, if you look just on the national environment itself, then you can see that just the national environment itself in the state of Virginia, you'd expect almost a 16 3/4 point victory. Now, there's only so much elasticity that you can hope for in a state, and I don't think that necessarily that's going to be all it is. I think at a baseline, a generic Democrat versus a generic Republican would probably be closer to about 14.5 points, which is still 4 points better than Joe Biden's margin in 2020. But then Mark Warner, who is already a proven overperformer, especially back in 2014 in a lot of these rural areas, specifically the modern 9th and 6th congressional districts, is probably going to be able to get some more of the vote that a generic Democrat certainly wouldn't be able to, and also accelerate growth in some left-trending exurban areas as well. And that would end up helping him. I mean, I'm talking here Fauquier, Clark, Frederick counties, Augusta, Waynesboro area, right? Oh, hey, they fixed it. Yay. Took a lot of time, but they fixed it. Where's the other one that has the exact same name? I think it got confused. Once upon a time, one of these used to break. And when you hovered over it once, the city on the inside, the independent city on the inside of it, would flip and change to the color red, and you wouldn't be able to hover it over anymore. And it was because it shared the exact same name as another county in the state. And I remember seeing that because also when you do the same thing on the election shuffler by I forget who it is, the exact same thing happened. When you'd edit one, the other one also would change. So I'm pretty sure it's Staunton, but I can't find Staunton County. Anyway, I was pretty sure it's down here, but that makes no sense, honestly. Anyway, that's not the point. the point is that it's going to be areas like this that are really going to be potentially left trending, that are also really going to probably help Mark Warner a good bit against whoever the nominee ends up being. We're still awaiting results. The polls closed 6 minutes ago in the state of Virginia. My clock is not working as it should, which is going to annoy me to no end. And all right, so now we just have a little bit of time. So anyone here, if you have any questions about anything, even relating just in general to the midterms, in regards to what we might see tonight, what benchmarks we're looking at, anything like that, feel free to ask in the live chat. They will be answered live on stream. This is an open stream, so that's basically what that means. The first non-open stream will be the final prediction live stream, which should be probably on Sunday, November 1st. If I had to guess, almost certainly would be Sunday, November 1st. And so there we go. There's the first drop. Burt Mizusawa is leading. We're looking at Loudoun, good old Loudoun County, and Rockingham County are going to be the only two that are there. We can see there we go. There's a little bit. Luria is leading by a lot, but they're literally only 99 votes in from Virginia Beach. So not really much to be able to make anything off of there for right now. Nothing in yet for the 5th or 1st districts. Oh, that's interesting. Constitutional amendment elections for Supreme Court justices today in Kansas. That's going to be an interesting one. That's a very interesting constitutional amendment idea. That is probably pushed through and forced through by the Republican supermajority because they're very not happy that they have a Democratic controlled Supreme Court because of former Governor Kathleen Sebelius and now current Governor Laura Kelly having appointing powers to the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court. So I believe it's like 5-3 on the court for liberals in Trump plus 16.1 Kansas. So this probably was pushed through to the ballot by the Republican supermajority, or maybe just a majority. I don't even know how the amendment to ballot system in Kansas works, but polls will close there in under an hour. We're also going to be watching the contest for the nominations for governor on there. So that's going to be an interesting one there. Amendment, no, not that one. None of those. Kansas. Control amendment election for Supreme Court justices. There we go. I just like this because it has a watch list. So since I believe the owner of Civic API is watching right now, watch list. That's all I gotta say, watch list. These are cool. This is cool. I like the notifications, but watch list with a little box on the side. That's really what sells DDHQ's votes for me. What really doesn't is these pop-ups. Wait, I'm gonna use my ad blocker real quick. Get that out of there. Ha ha ha! There we go. They're gone now. They're straight up gone. Okay. That is so much better. Alright, so I think now I will not need to... Yep, they're straight up gone. Get yourself a good ad blocker, guys. I should have just able to block those elements. This is literally so much better. Like the new update? I sure bet I will. Oh, 5th has results. Virginia US 5, a whopping 80 results are in from Goochland County, which is an amazing name, one of the best county names in the entire country. Goochland. 66% for Tom Pariello. Oh, I already love not having to close it. I almost went over there to close it out of muscle memory. I don't need to do it anymore. Oh. But yeah, now I don't need to bother with the betting markets anymore. So, yeah, now we're looking at a pretty clear lead for Pariello, but with literally 80, I think there's a 0% estimated in. So I really don't think that it's that big of a deal here right now. My clock's still not working. I don't know how to make it work. So it's not. It's a separate window. It's basically just a window. It's a window capture in OBS, and the window isn't updating. The script that's running the thing isn't updating unless it's centered. But I also have OBS and the YouTube live page on the same monitor, so I don't even know what to do. All right. Well, it's fine. The clock will not be 100% accurate. I'll update it when I can, but that kind of defeats the entire purpose. I guess I'll just leave this open there on the side when I can, and I'll just, I don't know. Huge screen with 7:12 p.m. on my one monitor, and the other one's got this. I don't know. Well, anyway. Technical nonsense aside, we are still looking at the very beginning of the results coming in now for... Alright, I can organize these. I forgot I can drag. Whee! Virginia 2, Virginia 5, Virginia Senate. And let's get everything Kansas together, which closes at 9, so let's get the one that closes at 8 first. And then... Oh, because that one closes at 8 because only the northern parts of the state close at 9, so we may actually know by 9 p.m. who the winner is, depending on how well Abdul al-Sayed does downstate. Then we may already know who the winner is by 9 p.m. because most of the counties close at 8 p.m. Just a little bit in the Panhandle closes at 9. Excuse me, but we will not make a projection until 9 p.m. That is the standard for all news organizations, is you do not make projections until every single precinct is closed in a contest. The reason why is 2000 Florida. They didn't wait for the Panhandle, and Bush did way better than expected in the Panhandle, and so everyone had to retract their calls for Gore, and nobody was happy about that. So, yeah, generally I don't think many networks have made that mistake again, but yeah, you literally, you live and you learn. So, Virginia 01, still nothing yet. None of these counties have reported yet. Virginia 2, I would almost certainly expect that Elaine Luria is going to be the nominee. It seems that she's doing very, very strong. Still only 760 votes out of Virginia Beach, so not absurdly telling. It's only even 3% out of Virginia Beach, so probably really not going to make too big a difference there. 50% lead for Pariello, but only 128 votes out of Goochland and Danville City. And then for the Senate for the Republicans, Burt Mizusawa has been projected the victory by DDHQ. Not very surprised. Honestly, it's really not absurdly contested, so... and it doesn't matter, he is going to probably lose by a very considerable margin to Mark Warner, nonetheless, in November. And so it is going to be Mark Warner versus Burt Mizusawa. And according to GDHQ's forecast, 95% chance of Democratic victory in that Senate election in November. So we are already going to remove that. There's not really much to it. Again, hello to everyone here. And so that is... Yes, that is true. Fox nearly did in Arizona. Yes, they did call it for Biden very, very early, and they were only... I don't even know how many. Yeah, they were 12,000 votes from being wrong. So, yeah, that was definitely true. Definitely true. Always be careful. And just not to brag, but totally to brag, we still have not ever gotten a single projection wrong as of yet. We don't plan to. Hopefully that'll continue tonight. And we're just going to keep watching these, the projections that we are going to be making tonight. are for Michigan Senate, Michigan U.S. House 13, and Missouri House 1. We will not be making any projections for any others. Actually, might make one for the constitutional amendment in Kansas. There we go, first drop in Virginia 1, and we are now looking at Shannon Taylor ahead by a relatively comfortable amount, 35.5 points. 1,139 votes in from a spattering of counties. And so that's going to be a pretty good number there. So, not much in yet, though. Still got a while left to go. So there's not going to be a... Alright, quickly set up a thing for Kansas. Currently, though, there's not much to be projected, though. We're still waiting for a more substantive amount of votes to come in for any of these contests. We currently have leaders, but as you can see on the right of the screen, there are very, very small amounts in, 2%, 6%, and 4% in. So they're very low sample sizes. You can't really make anything about the... Yeah. All right. So now, basically, what we still have is a bit of waiting. That's really mostly what elections is. At least this early in, it's always just waiting. There's not as much to talk about right now, because there's not, a huge wave of anything happening still. So, honestly, it's just waiting at this point. Waiting. Yeah. Yep. Beep. There's that. And then this. It's going to be very fun. This is the first time that I'm ever making a little thing for amendment, so it's going to look a little silly. But it'll be okay. I think that's all that we need here. Been making some more graphics over the past few days. Should have the entire election night thing set up, as you could see on when the polls closed. Have that all new. The bar on the bottom. It's mostly the little square that used to be on the bottom right is now redesigned, but a good bit of new graphics all set up now for the redesign since the new brand kit, now, wow, a month ago, geez, launched the new brand kit on July 1st with an official color scheme now and everything, so it looks beautiful, doesn't it? I still got a little bit of work to do on the election night, so it might look a little or maybe even completely different on November 3rd, but as of this moment in time, this is probably what it's going to end up looking like for a short while. And DDHQ has projected now that Elaine Luria, the former representative for the 2nd Congressional District, has won the nomination for the Democrats to challenge Jen Kiggins in November, and this is going to be a rematch of the 2022 election for this very seat in which it flipped red. And she was the nominee for this seat 2016, safe red, and then the seat had a hard shift to the left from some areas on the outside of these urban regions, as well as the Virginia Beach area, and Luria managed to win by 2.25 points. Then she held onto the seat by almost 6 in 2020, as the seat continued to trend to the left, and you had strong numbers with suburbanite voters. And then the seat was much redder, including some of these right trending areas here, and Jen Kiggins was able to defeat Luria. And then they had not a rematch in 2024, was a new candidate, but now they will have a rematch again in 2026, with Luria favored to start. She has been projected the winner by DDHQ, and as we are not having an official projection here, we will just go with what they say, because they're generally pretty good. DDHQ jumps the gun a little bit sometimes, but for the most part, they're pretty good. The first district, Shannon Taylor has been projected the victor by DDHQ now, with only 3% of the vote in, but I guess they know something about what's left out there. So this is the seat that is held by Rob Whitman, a very strong electoral overperformer who is probably going to do very well in this seat in November. But it is going to be Rob Whitman versus Shannon Taylor in November, according to DDHQ's projection as of 1.5 minutes ago. In a Trump plus 5 seat, you'd expect, in the PVI of 3, you'd expect a 3-point win for the Democrat, but Rob Whitman is a stronger performer, so just purely based off the expectations and how well he did in 2024, you'd expect a victory for Whitman by 1.3%, so potentially a very competitive contest in the first district in November. But again, that is 3 months away, and we will see how things go from there. For more information on all of these House districts, by the way, make sure to check out our House prediction video that we came out with 3 days ago. That was on the 1st for our August update. Virginia's 5th district, there we go. Winner, Tom Perriello. This is the 5th congressional district. This is the southern one that spans the western side, the exurbs of Richmond, out to Lynchburg, up to Charlottesville, and down to Danville. This seat is currently held by Republican John McGuire, who has easily fended off a primary challenge from Melanie Lucero. And this seat is a Trump plus 12.3 seat, which is probably going to be a much bigger task for Democrats to pick up. I typed a 5. Oh, my number lock turned off. And you can see expected margin of 3.1%, and based off of a relatively mediocre performance there, you could say it appears that McGuire is about a replacement level candidate. You could expect about a 3.5-point margin in November in that seat. Still a hold for the Republicans. Well, again, have to see how things go in this seat in the meantime. And with that, all of the seats already, all of everything from Virginia is already called. It is 7:24 p.m. on the East Coast. And so, actually, I'm going to tweak this real quick. I'm going to this, edit in Notepad, and we're going to yeah, oh. Well, alright, this is going to be, I have to drop the font size a little bit, and then maybe expand it out. Why is it text align right? I don't even, whatever. So, yeah, McGuire shockingly won to nobody. 80% chance for Republicans holding this seat in November. For the first district, it is probably a lot closer. Next up is going to be the state of Missouri, which closes at 8 p.m. We have the first district, Wesley Bell, the incumbent, facing off against a primary challenge from Cori Bush, the former representative from this seat. And that is going to be, of course, happening in 35 minutes. You can see, again, the clock at the bottom left of the screen. It says next polls close in, and then a countdown. Then also at 8 p.m., we have the 13th Congressional District. This is the central-most Detroit one. It is plurality or majority black. Shri Thanadar is going to be facing up against Donovan McKinney. And so the winner of this is going to, if McKinney can beat Thaindar, which really seems to be kind of DOA as far as that goes, this is going to be another victory for the progressive movement, as I believe McKinney is DSA associated. But that's going to be basically the extent of what's happening here. And then we're also going to have some results start coming in from the Michigan U.S. Senate contest. And so we're going to get everything except for like these few counties over here. I'm talking basically Marquette Delta West are all in Central Time, but everything east of there is in Eastern Time. So they are all going to start. The polls are going to close. Not necessarily they're going to start reporting. I have no idea when they're going to start reporting specifically, but the polls are going to close in those counties at 8 p.m. as well. So we're going to have some results start coming in before things are coming in here as well. So I'm going to put Michigan before Kansas because we're going to get some results from that first. All right, so I actually genuinely... What is this? Library. It imports a library through JavaScript that just does some clock. Okay, cool. Regex for replacing addition symbol with a space. Cool. Oh, all right. Then, I mean, at this point, what does this do? What would that do? Would that do like anything? No. Okay. Does this break it? No, it just does not care. Okay. It just ignores it completely. Okay, well, if you output it does not even change anything. Inner text equals moment of format says. Oh. Hold on, it's inner text. So it's literally just changing this to this. Add space. ET at the end. No. No. Alright, that's fine. Why is this not working? I have no idea, but it's fine. I could probably be lazy and just add it into OBS. I don't care. Enough for that. It's a clock. Like, it makes things more clear, but it's not necessarily that important. Alright, so, again, basically Virginia's done at this point in time. I broke this to some extent because now the DDHQ's picks button doesn't want to work. Oh. They're back. How lovely. No, it just starts breaking the page. That is really annoying. Okay, well. 30 minutes left until the polls close in the states of Missouri and most of Michigan, where we're going to start getting results from basically everything except for the western part of the Panhandle. And there's not really much very interesting in Missouri happening. But, I mean, you do have the 1st Congressional District there. You also have the 13th District in the state of Michigan, where you have a primary challenge there as well. And so that's going to be a potentially relatively important contest as far as that goes. Numbers coming in relatively slowly. Basically, everything's already done from Virginia. So we have another half hour until the polls close in anything else. So if anybody has any questions or any wonderings about the primaries tonight, about the midterms in general, anything like that, feel free to ask in the comments. We will be or in the live chat, not in the comments, will be very helpful. We'll be sure to get to that very quickly, and that's going to be it for the moment. Again, there's no real results coming in until Missouri and Michigan. Virginia is done. Again, for a quick recap, this is Virginia's first congressional district. This is the current district held by Rob Whitman, and the Democratic challenger nominee is Shannon Taylor. This is expected to be a lean Republican district. In the second district, this is Elaine Luria, the former representative for this area, in the state of Virginia, in the southeastern portion, in the suburbs there. And she is going to face up against current Representative Jen Kiggins. I knew it started with a J, and I was blanking on the name for a second. Jen Kiggins. This is a lean Democratic district for the state for for November. Then we look at the 7th congressional district. This is an outer district area around Washington. This, I believe, is held by Eugene Vindman. Vindman is a strong favorite. This is actually rated a safe Democratic district based on margin in November. If we look at the Senate, that is a safe Democratic election, and the winner for that there is Burt Mizusawa, and he is going to face off against Mark Warner. So here, again, we wait for results from the state of Missouri. And so this is going to be an interesting contest to see how things go. I'm curious on how much these other candidates are going to be getting. But more or less, it is a relatively two-horse race here. Wesley Bell, Cori Bush. Cori Bush was the representative for this district going back for a while. As you can see, Bell won it there, but this is Bush. I believe Bush lost the nomination to Bell in 2024. I believe Bush is a little bit more aligned with like Israel and those sorts of things, so the primary electorate, which this is a very progressive area, did go against her and chose Bell, who then, of course, easily won. Right, this is one of those areas that you can kind of mess around with who you want your nominee to be, because you're going to win anyway, because that's just polarization. Then we just have a safe, very, very safe, very, very safe seat in November. I mean, it's probably going to be like, I mean, just I mean, search it up and you end up with a why did I do that? Why did I have it concatenate the... Why would I do that? That's just stupid. Oh, so I didn't have to type each and every one individually. I could just copy that. I did it for each every new state, and that probably helped in like California and stuff. Anyway, as you can see, I mean, based on the pure environment, you expect a 67-point margin, which is huge. 69-point margin with a slight overperformance from Bell, apparently, from the 2024 election. But nonetheless, it is just, not absurdly, I mean, technically, 2024 election shouldn't really be on here because it's not quite the same seat. It's slightly redrawn. Missouri is one of the states that got redrawn. If we look here, and it's page... Oh, yeah, I forgot they had profile pictures. Look at me. That's not actually me. That's our random colorful blob. See here for President 2024, that is a 57-point seat, so definitely not the same. And if we actually look at the House election, it might get mad at me, but I don't want to look at the House election anyway. There we go, Congress 2024. What even is that? I'm too lazy to do that math. And then as you can see here, a relatively strong underperformer in Wagner drops down to a 14-point margin. So that's definitely why that's a bit of a concern in November for the Republican Party. But that is, what, a 57-point margin there? 57.4. Did I literally put that in? I think I did. I'm so smart. Yeah, 57.4. I literally put that in. I'm an absolute genius. Yeah, 21 points in the 3rd district, 31 in the 6th, 25.1 in the 5th, which is why Cleaver is doomed, 23 in the 4th. That's what, a 45-point margin in the 7th, and then a 55-point margin in the 8th. So, but yeah, very, very safe district there. Cleaver's district is gone. He's probably going to lose in November. I'd be very, very surprised if he managed to hold on. That's a very Republican area, very Republican district now, and I think it's still the 5th. Let me check. I can check. Yep, 9.1. So, you know, even with an incumbent, you'd probably end up losing by probably like a 4 to 5 point margin. It's going to probably be a lean contest, but I think still Cleaver's going to end up losing, drawn out of his seat. Very sad for Cleaver there. Our friend with a name that is the same as a knife. Yeah, so as far as that goes, still waiting on results from the state of Missouri and Michigan. Virginia closed at 7 p.m. All of the results have basically come in by this point. We are now just awaiting more results as more states close over the coming hours. We are waiting specifically now on the states, again, of Missouri and Michigan, but quite a few more states are going to be closing over the coming hours. Notably, we are going to be also looking at Kansas, which closes at 8 p.m., and then we also have 9, close at 9. You have, yes, Kansas closes at 9, which has a constitutional amendment question, which is going to be a popular vote election for Supreme Court justices, which was pushed through by the Republican majority because there is a Democratic majority Supreme Court in the state of Kansas because of former Democratic governors Kathleen Sebelius and now current Governor Laura Kelly being able to appoint many, many justices to the state Supreme Court, so they're trying to change that rule. And then we have to wait until 11 p.m. for the polls to close in the state of Washington, where Maria Gluesenkamp-Perez is facing some three Democratic challengers. Don't know why she's all the way down here. Alphabetical order. And then the incumbent at the top, I guess, would make sense. No, because Jay's down here. I have no idea why this order is how it is. And so she is facing a challenge. She's probably going to end up just facing off against a Republican. That's generally how things go, but she's generally seen as a bit more conservative, so Democrats might be trying to pick her off, but I think that honestly, in her district, she's a relatively good fit. Trump won the district in 2024, and I think that picking her off would be a bad idea anyway. I think that in this environment, maybe I think you'd end up being favored anyway. Let me check. Yes, by 5. But still, at this point, I mean, you're looking at Gluesenkamp-Perez over performance. She's expected to win by 15. You might as well take the safe seat, right? So, you know, why mess it up? If I mean, this would be the year to pick her off if you wanted to get rid of her, but it seems unnecessary, especially when the candidate that ends up winning would probably end up losing to a generic Republican in 2028. unless this area continues shifting pretty hard to the left. I think for the most part, it's a little bit of a left trending area, but I don't know if it's really enough to save any potential Democratic challenger that would in fact defeat Perez. I mean, it'd have to be relatively strong to defeat someone like Perez, considering that it's nonpartisan primaries, nonpartisan top 2 primaries there in the state of in the state of Washington there, where you are currently looking at some pretty strong numbers across the state there. You're looking at some of the South some of the South there. But yeah, Marie Perez is definitely going to be a strong continued, not recruit, but a strong continued candidate there for the Democratic Party, as they hope to hold this seat in Washington State, in Washington, D.C. So, Missouri, again, really going to be the next big one that we're going to be watching when the polls close at 8 p.m., where you can see the countdown on the bottom left of the screen there with the beautiful new design. Let me know what you guys think of the new design. I'm definitely going to be continuing to tweak it a little bit more over the coming amount of time there before the midterms are done. So let me know what you guys think. I will definitely put some more work into it. But as of right now, this is definitely what I'm going to be continuing to go with. Everyone else is probably going to start to go live in about the next hour-ish, if they haven't gone live already, because we are going to start coming up on the really interesting stuff. Not many people are really that focused on Virginia. So, and the first polls in Michigan close, aka actually the majority of them close at 8. So that is going to definitely be when quite a few people start to pick up with what's going on. And get really engaged there. So you guys are all already engaged. You're already all here. So good job for that. Currently awaiting, again, results there. So Michigan Senate, this is, of course, the biggest. This is the headline race of the night, and probably what everybody's really here for, if they're being honest. It's okay, you can just say that you only care about the Michigan Senate race. I don't blame you. Abdul Sayed, the more progressive Democratic nominee associated with the DSA, is going to be facing up against the more establishment-oriented Haley Stevens. And whoever wins is going to face up against Mike Rogers. Now, there's been, of course, the electability argument. I genuinely think there's basically zero difference. What Stevens gets with independents, she loses with the Democratic base, and vice versa. So I think as far as electability goes, there's very little to no difference between these two candidates for the general election in November. And so that kind of takes away Haley Stevens' entire argument for why she should be picked. She's also kind of pivoted to, as polls have shown, El Sayed doing basically as well as her, to being like the workhorse thing where she's been proven to fight or whatever, which I think is definitely a much more in line approach to campaigning for what she needs, because she's going against someone, Al Sayed, who has very little national experience, right? He was the Wayne County health director for quite a while, so he's not necessarily like on the national scale at all, and so that's probably going to be the best area of attack. I like how she has avoided basically every single attack when it comes to race, because that's generally just going to fall completely flat in on the Democratic side. So generally speaking, that's going to be a very good move on her part there. But El not really not a weak candidate. He's going to be able to energize the base in a way that Stevens wouldn't. Honestly, I think McMorrow would have, again, I still think that McMorrow would have been the best candidate there. She's relatively progressive, yet also able to be completely inoffensive to moderates. I think it has to do partially with her style. I think it'd be interesting to see her be. She's probably gonna run for like a house race or something at some point in like 2 years. Which I think would be pretty cool. And she said that she's gonna put herself behind whoever ends up winning the nomination. Same sort of thing for that both of them have agreed to endorse the other and work with them to the general election campaign if they lose tonight. So they're all being team players. Definitely going to help in a potentially semi-competitive Senate election, especially in a state like Michigan, which is very close. Trump won it by 1.7%, I believe. Biden won it by 2.3%, I think. And Trump won it in 2016 by, it was like 0.4 or something like that. It was pretty freaking close. But as far as that is concerned there, it's going to be probably a pretty close contest at first. It depends on how strong they each do with early voting versus, mail-in voting versus what have you. And yeah, it's going to be down to what areas report first. Like, we expect that Haley Stevens is going to do well in blue urbanite areas like Oakland County, or like specifically Oakland County, but also a little bit in Wayne and Washtenaw with more moderate minority voters. Then you have Abdul El-Sayed probably doing a lot better upstate with heavy rural-ish white voters, which tend to be more progressive in a state like Michigan. That's kind of what gave Bernie Sanders his victory in the state back in 2016. So that's going to be the main focus for El-Sayed, is to capture those Bernie voters, the Bernie bros. Get the Bernie bros and you'll be okay. "12 minutes until the polls close." In this 11 minutes until the polls close in the state of Michigan. And it's, again, going to be a very important contest for the Democrats to see how strong the Democratic Tea Party is. Almost ousted an incumbent senator in the state of Colorado, who seemed relatively inoffensive, doing very strong, continuing to purge House representatives across the country, especially in more Democratic areas, which is really why it's going to be important in a state like Missouri. In the first district there is going to be crucial to see how strong it is in a place like that. And from there, it's just going to be just watching how things go continually throughout the night from the rest of the states. Also looking at Kansas to see if that passes. That's definitely going to completely change how the Supreme Court elections work, and that can make things interesting. It depends on when they end up going up, but now, if it's presidential years, it's definitely going to help Republicans. If it's midterm years, it's probably going to end up helping Democrats a good bit more than anything else, just based on propensity dynamics at this point in the game. But yeah, polls close in multiple places across the country in 9 minutes. Again, the beautiful timer on the bottom in that bar that I like a lot better than the box that took up like a quarter of the screen on the bottom right. Much prefer it. Much prefer it. Let me know what you think. What you guys think about it, though. I would like to hear your opinions. Also, what's your crazy take for the elections tonight? What crazy thing do you think is going to happen? Put it down in the live chat on the right, and I'll make sure to get to it. Again, open stream. So 7:50 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are 7:51 now, and we are down to 9 minutes before the polls close. In the state of Missouri, and also across quite a bit of the state of Michigan, basically this entire chunk here is going to have the polls close in a lot of those counties. And we're going to start getting some results from that area, which is definitely going to be very interesting to see how things end up going in the primary contest between Haley Stevens and Abdul Al-Sayed. Pretty big ramifications for how things may end up going in general there. So at this moment in time, again, just waiting for those polls to close. There's going to be quite a bit that we're going to be getting out of those. We're still also waiting for quite a bit later in the night for some other polls as well. A lot of elections to happen tonight. So, how's everybody night going? Got anything? Who's excited for the Wisconsin primaries next week? Because that's another one that's been dragging on for a while, and definitely is going to be very nice to have them be over. See how things go there. Question is, how well is Francesca Hahn going to do? Is she going to win? Is she going to get beaten by the Wisconsin Democratic Party, which is urgently trying to make her not win because they're scared about November? How do you think things will go next week? What's our predictions for tonight? How do we think that's going to go? Let me know. Keep things moving. We got a few minutes left until the polls close in the state of Michigan, as well as across the state of Missouri, which has a very competitive election there in the first district between Wesley Bell and Cori Bush. Cori Bush trying to get her seat back after Wesley Bell defeated her in the primary elections 2 years ago. Pretty quiet night, not very surprising. Usually these primaries that aren't super overhyped. I'm surprised that we actually are a little bit low, though, because Michigan's pretty big. It's been pretty popularized. I'm not surprised, though, that the night that had Texas, it was the biggest one, though, because that was very, very hyped up by a lot of people in a lot of places. So not surprised by that in the least. That was first one. That was March 3rd, very long time ago at this point. Things were very different back then. Yeah, so tonight got some pretty big elections coming up again. Really just gotta wait for the polls to close, which we are now down to 4 minutes. Down to 4 minutes until the polls close in the states of Missouri, where we're going to have this pretty big election there, as well as the state of Michigan, where we're actually going to have a primary challenge against incumbent House Representative Shree Thaindar, representative for that's the 16th 13th district. Oh yeah, it used to have 60 electoral votes, the highest in the state. Now it has 15, that'd be minus 213. But yeah, at this point in time, still really just waiting to see how Abdul al-Sayed can pull through, if he can, or if he can't. And the strength for, there can be enough strength amongst moderates coming through to support someone like Stevens and be able to get her across the finish line. If that ends up happening, then that might secure the race up a little bit more, but it will definitely end up being a pretty interesting contest nonetheless. So that'll be, either way, you'll probably have a relatively strong trade-off of energized base versus slightly off-put independence. Yes, I'm aware the clock is completely off. It's because of how it's set up in OBS. It's actually broadcasting a tab that I have, and if the tab's not in focus, it doesn't update. So, very annoying. I need another monitor. I do not have another monitor. Just a short bit left, 2.5 minutes until the polls close. In the state of Michigan, this is going to be the big contest of the night, the state of Michigan, where we are waiting for the results in Abdul al-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. The former being the former director of health for Wayne County, and held that position for a good while, and now he is running for the Senate as a much more progressive candidate associated with the DSA, and then the much more establishment latter being Haley Stevens, who is running much more on the electability side of things and is trying to pinpoint herself as the only person who can win in this seat in November against Republican Mike Rogers, who is the presumptive nominee, as he is not facing anybody in the primary. He was basically handpicked and is now going to face whoever ends up winning this Democratic primary in November. He was the nominee in 2024 and only lost to Alyssa Slotkin by 1/3 of a percentage point. A very strong performance in the state of Michigan, but narrowly fell short, which really brings questions about whether or not he could even pull it off this cycle either, considering it's a bluer environment. But nonetheless, he is definitely going to put up a very strong fight, and I think that he is a very strong candidate in his own right. So this definitely could be somewhat interesting, dependent on how things end up going down the line. We're now down to less than 60 seconds before the polls close in the states of Missouri and in Michigan. Michigan. Sri Thaindar fighting off against Donovan McKinney in the 13th Congressional District, I believe, majority black congressional district, very Democratic. DSA-aligned McKinney, if I'm correct, is going off against a much more establishment businessman, Thaindar. And in the 1st District in Missouri, Wesley Bell is fighting off against Corey Bush. And then we also have Michigan U.S. Senate, Abdul al-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. We are now looking at the polls closing in just 9 seconds across the rest of the East Coast. It is too early to make any projections in the state of Michigan, as the polls have not even closed statewide. Then you also have in Michigan's 13th, the polls have just closed. In the 1st District of Missouri, polls have just closed, and across some eastern counties in Kansas, the polls have closed as well, with those 3 contests being up in the air. Kansas governor, both primaries there, and the constitutional amendment on the direct election of Supreme Court justices. We're going to be watching for all of those results as they come in very closely, and so very exciting things happening now as the polls have now closed in the most of the states that we're looking at. Now we just really have to wait on Washington, which is going to take a good while. The next real big poll closing is going to be at 9. But yeah, no results have come in yet, so as of this exact moment, not very interesting because they're completely blank. We don't have anything in yet. First results will start coming in over the coming minutes, though, very likely. Some of these states are relatively quick to report, but Michigan is probably going to take a good while, and depending on how close it is, there's a chance that we will not actually have a projection tonight in the Senate contest, which is disappointing, but just have that as an expectation that we may definitely completely walk away from tonight not knowing who the nominee is for the Democrats in November. Mm. 58 minutes until the polls close elsewhere, which is going to be statewide in Michigan, then also in Kansas. Nothing in any of the states that just closed at 8 p.m. yet. I'm not absurdly surprised by that. They're probably going to take at least a few minutes. As of right now, though, we are still just awaiting for the results to keep coming in the state of Michigan. Michigan is going to probably be the biggest contest of the night, not very surprisingly, where we have Abdul Al-Sayed now leading with a vote drop, and it just disappeared. So someone accidentally loaded something or did something they shouldn't have, and now it's gone. So never mind that, and now there's a drop, and it is actually from Kent County. Abdul Al-Sayed's ahead by 16.35% in Kent County, and so that is going to definitely be a good start for him there. He is leading in one of the upstate counties. He's really going to be doing well in these upstate counties. This is almost certainly where he is going to have, if he wins, his victory. I don't have to wait for any more actual results out of the state there for anything else to happen, though, as of right now. So things are still going to take a good while as of this moment, but currently looking pretty good for Al-Sayed as of this point. And then we just do boom, 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 and just gotta wait for some results to actually start coming in. And now it looks like basically everything is done. Don't need that anymore. Don't really need that anymore. All right, so now it's just waiting time. And so nope, that's ancient actually. As of this moment in time, we are still awaiting anything out of any of these other than Michigan, where we literally just have one drop. So it's not necessarily that interesting by any means. It is, in fact, going to probably just end up being. Yeah, McMarle's getting over 5. That's really weird. McMarle's getting 5.5% of the vote. That is a very small sample size, though. That is 7% of Kent County's vote. So, very, very little to really be able to deduce anything off of that. But if that pattern continues, that's definitely very interesting. That could be people who think that's basically just going to be people who think that El Sayed is too progressive and they're concerned about his chances in November, but don't like AIPAC and are joining that concerned group of Democratic voters that are typically a bit more progressive, so they don't want to associate themselves with Haley Stevens. So that's going to be potentially a very interesting block to see how many people still stick with McMorrow, despite her, of course, suspending her campaign like 3.5 weeks ago. It was too late to not be on the ballot. So there is, in fact, that she is still on the ballot, but now the betting markets have basically completely locked in that El Sayed's going to be the nominee at this point. So that is definitely not surprising by any means. Unless you, of course, somehow thought that Stevens was going to pull off an upset, and then you're probably very disappointed. But I expect there's potentially up to a 20-point margin in it for El Sayed tonight. He's really going to do pretty well with this expected electorate. He has a lot to be able to gain out of the upper state area. And so if there's basically like any good especially with a lot of young voters, very progressive, that's going to be good pickings for him there. If there's, a lot of young voters are actually an unexpectedly high percentage of the early vote in Wisconsin, I believe it was, or something like that. So that could be interesting for Hong later. Also, is the polling of I'm gonna turn this off. You were annoying me. And so that's gonna be interesting. She was doing very well in the polling with, I believe it was even like older voters, not necessarily like older, but even polling well amongst like voters. I don't think it was 45 and older, but it was a group that generally she was not expected to do very well with, and she was winning them by a considerable amount. She was winning, I think, every single group except for 65 and older. So very surprising results coming out of polls for Wisconsin, which of course is going to happen next week. And so this is kind of like a potential preview of that for how things may end up going in the state of Wisconsin. How strong is this for these more progressive candidates? How strong is it really turning out to be for them? How well may they actually end up doing, or is it basically completely all fake? Which is technically possible. As of now, we are still just waiting on results. We still have, one county in? Kent County? Not even all the way in. Just reporting. One county starting to report from the state of Michigan. Upstate, that's where Abdul al-Sayed's probably going to run up his numbers. Much more white voters, probably much more. That's more the DSA's strong suit is white voters. For the most part, minority voters are generally more establishment Democrat style voter there. So that's going to make things a little bit difficult in the Detroit area, which is really why it's been contested for this race has been contested for so long, is because guess where all the Democrats are in the state of Michigan? Detroit. So that's going to leave that up in the air for a little while. Going to need a lot more to start reporting out of these areas than there are right now, and there is still nothing from the 13th district or anything from Missouri as of right now as I'm speaking. Nothing all too interesting has happened yet. I mean, elections are always interesting, so hey, we're just not paying enough attention to what is interesting. Like McMorrow doing potentially better than was originally expected, or, things along those lines. What is going on? There we go. Computer froze for a second. No, I meant to do. 16.85%. 19% lead there for al-Sayed. Pretty strong. Start things off 16.35%. So definitely not doing poorly. But Stevens' strong areas are still yet to drop. They are probably going to take a long time. So unless al-Sayed has a very strong commanding performance tonight, there is a relatively good chance that we will not be able to make a projection for a good while. As in, like, not tonight and waiting until tomorrow. Or maybe the day after. Depends on how ridiculously close it may be. It might come down to mail-in votes, in which case it would probably end up being an al-Sayed victory, if I had to guess, because those are typically more progressive voters. A little bit more still coming in from Kent County, now at 15% in. Mallory McMorrow is still ahead of 5%. Whether or not that is a regional area thing or if it is going to continue across the state, that is a question to still be answered yet, but could be very interesting to see how that ends up going. If she's still kind of seen as what could have been a good middle option, even as she was continuing to poll relatively poorly. I still think that electability-wise, she was probably actually the best shot. So, the fact that they kind of she dropped out is actually a bit disappointing for the Democrats there, because I think that she actually would have probably done the best in the general election, because she was kind of a mediation point between progressives and establishment aligned independents and more establishment aligned Democrats. But she dropped out, so the best you're probably going to get is going to be Abdul al-Sayed, because I think that honestly at this point their bigger issue is making sure that Democrats turn out to vote, especially considering that Republicans are less likely to vote, lower propensity. I think that you probably want to max out as many Democrats as you can get, but there's probably, again, as I've said, a relatively minute difference in their general election performance from what I've seen in the polls. It goes back and forth, and like half of them are sponsored by someone who cares for the others, so they're obviously going to trash how bad they are or make up how bad they are or whatever. So not quite a very dependable set of polls yet. I guess we'll have to see how things go, and of course whoever ends up winning is going to then face Mike Rogers, 2024 Senate nominee as well, who won by default because he's not facing anybody tonight for the general election for this Senate seat in November in a state that Trump won by 1.4%, I think. Yeah, I think it was 1.4 because Biden won it by 2.8. and it's half of Biden's margin. Definitely interesting little fun fact there. Not half of the total vote count, because of course the state grew since then. Actually, I think the turnout might have been down, so I don't even know. Maybe it was. 43 minutes until the polls close statewide in the state of Michigan, and you also have, there we go. Bell is ahead with 20% of the vote reporting against Cori Bush. 20%, he is at 77%. That's St. Louis County. St. Louis City still has nothing left, but 34% in St. Louis County. Bell is doing very well there. Kansas governor, one county in Lynn County. Cindy Holscher leading, basically nothing in. 11% in from Lynn County. It's literally 41 votes. So, not really much to be able to say from that. And still awaiting a lot of nothing from the Michigan Senate primary. Alright, well, as they are taking a good time to count the votes, as usually happens, currently, I would say that this constitutional amendment is potentially going to pass by a small amount. Now, generally speaking, Kansas is a very left-trending state. So, if it's depending on the electorate who ends up showing up to vote tonight, there's a chance that this will end up failing. And that would be most likely from Democrats who understand that they are not yet close to the majority in the state, that want the Democratic governors, likely, probably not from November onward, there's a chance, but still, for the most part, Democratic governors, as they have in the past, to continue being able to appoint to the Supreme Court, which is probably exactly why the Republicans pushed it to the ballot in the first place. So, are they able to turn out enough numbers versus the Republicans to be able to make this happen? That's essentially the question here in Kansas, is are they willing to sacrifice popular, not necessarily popular sovereignty, but still popular choice, popular vote for their political gain? It's absolutely possible. I think that's probably not very likely, though. I think this is probably going to pass relatively comfortably. I don't even know what areas would necessarily be against it in any meaningful way. I'd be surprised if no even really wins a single county, to be honest with you. But I really don't know much of anything about this, where it came from. I didn't even know it existed until about an hour ago. So, obviously, I'm not absurdly educated about it. Yeah, the Dem Tea Party is really it's just a white thing. It is just a white thing. It is legitimately just a white thing. Wesley Bell, 77% of the vote in, 20% reporting. That's a third of the vote in St. Louis County. Again, Cori Bush with 20%, the former representative from this district, is trailing by a good chunk. So, still not looking anything good for the Dem Tea Party there. it is a completely just falling apart anywhere that it's minority heavy. It's a very white lead. I wouldn't even really call it a movement, to be honest. But I wouldn't even call it a movement. It's more of just like a continued pattern than anything, because it hasn't solidified into a movement. It hasn't, so it's not even really it never solidified in anything, which of course is very disappointing for the more progressives who wanted to essentially take over the Democratic Party, where it essentially is just not happening. Genuinely, from the little that I'm seeing here from anybody as far as this the Tea Party goes, it's really not materializing into much of anything. It's just the leader is no. That's a Republican county saying no. I guess it's just more traditionalist sort of thing there. Then if it's failing in like some random Republican counties, and I don't even know what Lynn is doing, but if it's failing in Johnson and Butler counties, I guess it's just more of like a traditionalist sort of thing. And I would expect it's probably going to fail by like 35 points then, or something like that, if it's already doing that poorly. So check that off your list of things to completely be done with. Is probably gonna be Kansas. I'd be pretty surprised if it ended up still passing, but it is possible that it would just end up completely disregarding that anyway. So who knows? I don't know. It's really, yeah. Well, either way, no is continuing to gain, and I really don't think it's going to end up passing at this point, which means the Democrats and then probably Republicans will have the control via the governorship. Hold on one second. All right, we're back, and um, I mean, I'd expect this is probably going to completely fail, and so I think this is just going to be called right on. Yeah, 20% in now, just like that, another jump, and it's failing by 42%. Bell is doing very strong here, and I think that unless something turns around very quickly in St. Louis City for Bush, then I think it's completely done. But either way, I'm pretty sure the St. Louis City part is smaller than the St. Louis County part. If I felt like it, I could do some math and figure it out, but I'm too lazy to do that right now, so too bad. At the exact moment that we're looking at right now, again, it is going to be down to whatever happens. What the heck just happened here with this chat? Why did it just break for no reason? Reload this, hope it doesn't mess up anything. Usually it doesn't. Usually it doesn't mess up anything. Hopefully it didn't mess up anything. But yeah. Legitimately, there's just nothing happening here that shows much strength for anybody. There we go, a little bit upstate. Haley Stevens leading in Delta County. Very little sample size there. Looking at Eaton County, where we have 28% in, and Abdul Side's doing very well. This is a bit surprising if that does end up materializing. I'd be a little bit surprised to see that actually continue and be right, but it's possible that we might end up with a little bit of a surprise here or there. Majali Abdul's side is probably going to do very well upstate. If Haley Stevens continues to do that well upstate, then I would be inclined to say that she is favored tonight. Just based on where she is expected to do well. So now we continue waiting, and this is again, the more boring part is especially when, you have slow counting states or whatever. I still only have those 3 counties in. It doesn't appear that there's going to be much else happening for a little while, but El Sayed leading still. McMillan and McMorrow continuing to get, 13% up in Delta County. Wesley Bell still 20% in there. Thaindar still nothing in yet. Very annoying. All in Wayne County. It's that more coastal Detroit seat. Very Democratic friendly. Whoever ends up winning, there's going to be the next representative, whether it's Thaindar or... Thaindar is the representative currently. It's a primary challenge of an incumbent representative, which would, if it goes through, of course, be a pretty strong sign that things are continuing to move in the Democratic Party, but he's not, absurdly popular or anything, so it wouldn't be, ridiculously unheard of. We're now down to half an hour left before the polls close in quite a few more states. And so now we're looking at things continuing to go in Kansas. Brutal. Ottawa County showing up, yes, with 20% in. Lynn, still nothing left. Still nothing more, but basically everywhere else it is going heavily no, which means that, that's Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. Not very surprising that he is going to be leading pretty strongly. Scott Schwab, Vicky Schmidt doing pretty well. Philip Sarnecki getting at 20% is a little bit surprising, though. He doesn't even have any position in the current administration or anything, but oh well. And then Holscher is only leading Corson by 1.42%, much closer than was expected originally, and so that is definitely going to make things pretty interesting. If that gap does not widen soon, then maybe it won't end up being It wouldn't up being them. That's going to be an interesting thing to see how that ends up turning out. At the moment, still, we just wait. So, again, it's really going to be just a question of, how long will it take for these votes to get counted? Usually that's what it ends up being. Corson's doing very well, it appears, in the western part of the state, up in the northwest. Holscher doing pretty well here. If Holscher can do pretty well in Johnson County, that's going to fare well for her, because that's where a majority, I believe, of a good chunk of voters in general are from there. But that's going to bode well for her in general, just because it's also where a lot of Democrats are. And I don't know if it has open or closed primaries. They might be closed. I believe they have registration by party, so they could be. It might be. Not 100% sure, though. Very quiet, kind of relaxing in a way, almost. It's very nice that sometimes in politics, it's a little bit quiet. Usually it's just, sitting watching elections, but I mean, even sometimes in elections, it's just shouting, something's happening, something's happening. Every once in a while, it's nice to have a little bit of a calm cool down, just sit, breathe a bit. It's not everything happening all right now. Something's not happening immediately. It's happening nice and slow. So 20%. Bell's still leading. The markets seem to think that Bell is now an overwhelming favorite. So take that for what it's worth, which is eat a huge mouthful of salt and maybe some sand in there. Throw that in there while you're at it, and then take a good look at it. But yeah, it's not very they're okay at times. Alright, let's okay. 25 minutes until the polls close statewide in the state of Michigan, where we're getting very slow results currently at the moment for the U.S. Senate. This is probably going to take a while. This is interesting. This is now a second county up in the Panhandle that Stevens is leading, but only 3% in from Chippewa County. If we end up having more upstate results that are favoring Stevens, that could have some interesting implications about the coalitions here. Generally, you'd expect El Sayed's probably going to do pretty well with those northern areas, but if not, then that could kind of completely change the game here. The only real thing that we're going to be watching specifically for, though, is the top line essentially, right? Who's winning? Because at the end of the night, it's who's going to be the nominee, and that's the big question that we're waiting to have answered. And that's basically it. So obviously, some other information is going to be useful, but it's really just anyone here has any questions about elections, anything, whatever, doesn't even have to be American. If you're here and you're just watching this, but if you're, Australian, usually watching the Australian parts of the channel, let me know any questions you have about that. Let me know, whatever. Currently got plenty of time on our hands here as they're going to take a long time to count the votes in the state, especially of Michigan, where it's expected that there may be, depending on how close it is, enough votes that it could take days again, because we can't have nice things in America as far as elections go. And so we like to take days to count things. Is it because we're stupid? Maybe. And still not really anything new. Now, we are seeing something from the outside now of Detroit area, which is definitely going to be a very interesting point there. Macomb County, we are seeing a very strong result for El Sayed. And Washtenaw, very strong for El Sayed. So that's definitely good news for him there. And Macomb, these two right around Oakland, which is probably going to be Stevens' strong base area, is going to be very important for El Sayed to see how strong he can do in margins there. Saginaw, I believe, just dropped there. Still nothing out of the 13th district. Wayne is probably going to take as much time as it wants. Wesley Bell doing pretty strong there. Still not a single new vote has dropped. Kansas Constitutional Amendment. A few more counties have started popping up here, but it appears that no is going to end up making it and is not going to pass. That's going to close at 9. So currently, again, we're really just waiting on results from a lot of these states. Where at the moment it's just gonna be tick-tock clock waiting for whatever to happen because verify votes takes time to tabulate, etc., etc. In the meantime, we are just going to have to, play imaginary whatever yippee, right? Now, what we still are waiting is going to be the results for essentially everything. Missouri, still waiting. 20% in still. St. Louis City, nothing. St. Louis County, 33% in. Wayne County, nothing in. That's going to be a big vote dump potentially for Stevens. Depends on how well things go for her there. Abdul El-Sayed is definitely going to need to put up a good bit of a strong step forward if there's any hope. John James is, I don't know, honestly. There we are. He is currently winning by a relatively strong. I'm going to add that to watch list. He's doing relatively okay. He still has not been projected the winner yet, but Perry Johnson is down by 16%, and so that's definitely going to be a relatively strong enough amount that he's probably going to end up being okay. But it appears that John James is going to be the next nominee, so it's there's not going to be an upset in that case there. John James is going to be the next nominee and is going to face Jocelyn Benson and probably get beaten by Jocelyn Benson. She's a very strong candidate. She's also very blue here, and it is Michigan. So we're probably going to have a victory for the Democrats. Benson's going to hold the governorship for the Democrats for another cycle in the state of Michigan. Nothing way too surprising there, honestly. John James not losing though, that's not absurdly surprising. I probably think he's gonna end up winning by probably about a 20 so point margin. Not very surprised that he's doing that well. The fact that El-Sayed's winning by more is a little bit interesting. I'm surprised that he's actually doing this bad up in the northern part of the state. This is very interesting to see. I guess they're a little bit more moderate than everyone expected. I guess everyone just assumed it'd be somewhat similar to 2016, but maybe coalitions have shifted there to some extent, and yeah, the Bernie base up in the northern parts and all that isn't showing up for El-Sayed just to the same extent, even though he got Bernie's endorsement. So I don't know if it's a specific case or if there's something else going on here. Maybe that could be interesting to see how things go. But it's really gonna My question. How long is this going to take? Because they're definitely taking their sweet time here. And... Okay, now Chippewa just flipped to Alcide. The question still, though, is going to be... There we go. Wayne County is now in. There's the first huge drop, and we're looking at only 2% in this this election currently here so far. McKinney is leading. Wow, that's quite a considerable lead. Only 2,702 votes in so far, though, so that's definitely not enough to really make any projections there. But that is still a huge and very important lead for McKinney to be able to start building up. And yes, very, very important for him to hopefully hold on to for his campaign. That's going to be one that he hopes to build on, as the results are going to keep coming in from the area of Detroit, and it's really going to be a very closely watched contest until we can make a projection. Maybe in the next hour or so. Depends on how quickly they want to keep counting. If they want to keep counting votes, then maybe we can get something soon enough. If they decide they continue to not want to, then there's only so much we can do, right? At this point, it's just a waiting game. We are currently waiting down 10 minutes until the polls close statewide in the state of Michigan, as well as is statewide in the state of Kansas. And so then we're going to be able to open things up completely for all of these. Still nothing in Missouri's U.S. House District, because why not? Whatever. 1% in, and Stevens is ahead by 4 and change in Wayne County, which is not at all enough to be able to fend off against the rest of the state. The rest of the upper part of the state definitely is a good bit smaller based off of proportionality for a Democratic primary than, the majority of Wayne is, but still you need to have a relatively considerable lead in Wayne to be able to defeat, and right now that she's just not getting that. So as of right now, she is not in a good spot. It does not look good, and does not look like that she is going to be able to fend things off right now. She is barely leading, and now the betting market is 100%. So, just to show how great she's doing, tonight is a good night to not be Haley Stevens. Hurrah to that. Well, this waiting period's never really fun, but it's what you gotta do. Election results sometimes just come in slowly. Election results that are watched never come in, so everyone look away. Maybe we'll get a drop. Saginaw County a little bit came in. El Sayed ahead by about 20 points in that county. Very, very small sample. Still, basically all the counties, even that have dropped, have very small amounts in. Macomb, Stevens has now taken the lead by 3 points, but again, that's a very low amount of votes that are currently in. So still, basically, nothing to be deduced from any of these counties individually, other than maybe St. Joseph, which is now 50% in. Stevens is actually ahead by about 2 points in St. Joseph County, which is actually not a great sign for El Sayed if that is replicated across the rest of the state. But as of right now, still, he is relatively strongly favored. I hate election nights like this, where it's just like there's not enough going on. Because there's still elections, but like it gets too quiet, especially when there's not enough people here talking. So if you're here, go invite somebody here, and then maybe we can get a conversation going. Because then things will definitely be more interesting. We won't just be sitting at a screen that's just seconds ticking by. McKinney still doing very well. Thaindar not really losing though, because again, it's not enough has really come in yet to be able to make any strong conclusions. It's just scraps at this point still. All right, what do you think is gonna have a drop first? Oh, there we go. There's something. Isiko, Steven. Okay, so something I've noticed so far. First off, Mallory McMorrow has now finally, I guess not necessarily finally, but has dropped below 5%. Dropped below 4%. She's a 3.5 now, which is about more where I'd expect. But Haley Stevens has been leading in places that I wouldn't expect, right? Outside areas of some areas like the northern part of the state, right? You got Macomb, Wayne, St. Joseph, Chippewa, Delta, and Iosco are surprising counties for her to be leading in because of the nature of them, right? They're relatively, I expect them to be more progressive in this contest, but it's not looking like that's how this is actually going. So I'm a little bit surprised that that's how it ends up going, but I don't know. Oh, well, didn't really matter. Okay. 3 minutes left until the polls close statewide in Michigan, statewide in Kansas, and then maybe we can get some actual stuff going on here because it's not really moving. Michigan Governor John James, almost certain to be the nominee. I mean, he's not like putting up absurd margins anywhere, but he's not really like falling short anywhere that he's. So he's just doing okay. He's just doing okay. Nothing absurd. He is almost certain to be the nominee. He is going to go against Jocelyn Benson. Nothing that surprising. That's pretty expected. In the meantime, here, Donovan McKinney, 2% in now. Wow, look at that. They're counting so fast. They already have. Oh no, they still only have 2,700 votes in. Awesome. Quarter of the vote in now. Constitutional amendment there. That's probably going to be a whatever. Minute left until the polls close statewide in Kansas. And in Michigan, Missouri. There we go. Finally, St. Louis City has reported about a third of its vote now. And so that's nice. We're now looking at both of them. Wesley Bell about 70% in. About a third of the vote is in the district-wide. And so probably going to end up being a victory for Wesley Bell being renominated against Cori Bush. St. Louis, believe majority black area. The St. Louis County up here, I think, is a bit more white out in this area. There's still some urban areas in this expansion area. Here you can kind of see some outlines on the map there, but it kind of gets run over by the coloration. Oh, if you zoom in, you can kind of see it, but you can see there's some urbanization expanding, but it more expands over more towards the middle area. It's kind of like a three-pronged fork, and actually very few people live right here. It's more of like a river delta area. 15 seconds left until the polls close in the rest of the states of Kansas and Michigan, where you'll then have statewide results, and we actually now have a projection to make. We can project that the Kansas constitutional amendment has failed for a direct election of the Supreme Court justices in the state of Kansas, which means that this power will stay in the hands of the governor. Currently, of course, being Democrat. Laura Kelly, and may be a Republican after this November. But as of right now, it will stay in the hands of the governor. We can make this projection now as the vote is half in, or almost a quarter in, and no is leading heavily, and there is very little chance that there is much of anything going to happen down the line. Again, we can make the projection that this will fail. So, That is just that's just a very lopsided margin, and even the urban area is now heavily, and there it is from DDHQ. All right, so there's that down. That failed, which, oh well, can't pass everything. So that is going to stay with the hands of the governor, almost certainly passed by. Actually, it might have been passed by the Democrats who were expecting to lose the governorship. But I don't know how they would have managed to pass anything through that in the first place, considering they had such a adversarial legislature. Wesley Bell, this district almost certainly going to be the next. Almost certainly going to be the next thing that we can make a projection on. There is going to be Missouri 1. If there is nothing insane that happens, then Wesley Bell will be renominated, which is, again, not absurdly surprising. Not necessarily close to surprising by any means. Instead, this is basically completely expected, as not very unpopular, didn't seem to have any issues. Already primaried Bell to, or not Bell. Bell primaried Bell 2 years ago. No, primaried Bush 2 years ago already. So not surprising that he's now holding on against her again. Again, you know how I say about rematches. Generally, the person who won the first time wins the second time. You have some shifts with popular with the national environment, but they already have they then have the the build up or whatever. They have the incumbency at that point. They have the whatever else you could possibly ask for, right? The money behind them. They have the people who know who they are. They already know the weaknesses of the other person, right? Because they won already. So generally speaking, rematches do not go well for the person who lost, and that continues to prove itself here, where almost certainly we're going to have Bell win by a relatively considerable margin. I think it was a very, very close margin in 2024. It is not this time. It is a 45-point race with a third of the vote in. And I don't think there's anything insane coming that would foretell any large shifts in the vote that would change that by any meaningful amount. Instead, I expect this to stay probably relatively stable. And so almost certainly we're going to have a projection with this race before way too much longer. We just need a few more votes to come in to make sure that we're not, potentially jumping the gun, and which would be very disappointing. All right. Well, currently, still looking at those results that are coming in Missouri's first. We're now down up to 2 hours until the polls close elsewhere, essentially. I'm just going to be the state of Washington. Michigan Governor John James doing very well. He got the Trump endorsement. He's already campaigned with Trump multiple times at this point. This would be pretty embarrassing for Trump if he did end up losing, because it'd be almost like completely, I wouldn't say like unnecessary, but basically unnecessary, because there's no real reason to oppose him as far as I can tell. He's run multiple campaigns before. He's lost basically all of them that were statewide in Michigan. It didn't really matter who ends up running. It is against Jocelyn Benson, who is a very well-tested candidate in the state of Michigan. So I think that I don't really know if anybody would be able to beat her this cycle, honestly, based on the national environment and how strong of a candidate she is by herself. And she's also been campaigning for the general election for a while because Gilchrist dropped out a while ago. So there's not really any oomph to be given for anybody, any of them against her, especially if now, Democrats are going to be probably expected to win statewide by a relatively solid margin in the first place because it is going to be a strong environment for them in that manner. So it's really not going to be a very surprising contest. She's probably going to get called the winner relatively quickly once you get some Detroit numbers coming in on November 3rd, which, of course, if you haven't already, make sure to go to our channel real quick while you're here and go to the election night live stream for November 3rd. It's the midterms live. Make sure to click the notify me button so that you get notified when we go live and so that you do not miss it, because that will be an amazing show on November 3rd. Election night, like you definitely haven't seen it before. It'll be very exciting. We're not exactly sure everything that'll be happening there yet because we still got 3 months left, still got quite a bit of setup left, but we're definitely going to make sure that it's one of the, if not the best, you could possibly get for election night. So make sure to click the notify me button if you have not already for that. While we got a little bit of time there. John James, we can project is going to be the nominee. We don't have a full thing for it. We didn't expect to have one, to need one, whatever. Wesley Bell still doing very well there. Not at all surprised. I mean, it's a more progressive actually is the one who's winning right now. So it's not, but he's also a bit. This race has interesting dynamics. It's a little bit of like progressive, but also not progressive in Wesley Bell because I think he's a little bit more like centrist in some ways, but he also didn't necessarily have the support of some of those more pro-Israel things that she did. So I'm not 100% sure about what's going on there. Hold on 1 second. Oh, wait, wrong thing. I gotta get on this. I gotta check something real quick. Wrong thing. There we go. And brother. Cool. Completely useless. Trump's posting his wins about endorsees winning, so it must be an election night. Still, as of now, though, we're still waiting for basically anything to come in. I mean, I'm surprised that Detroit's really taking this long to get much of anything in. Early voting, I mean, it really doesn't. That 70,000 requested, 44,500 returned. Jeez, that's actually awful. Yeah, that's internal poll for who? I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Oh. Who? It's like an owl now. It doesn't really even say anything about it, but yeah, Painter's probably gonna lose that. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. Not an absurdly stark margin so far, but I mean, it could potentially expand a little bit more as the night continues, and as the people in Detroit remember how to count. It's okay. Not many people in America know how to count up to many very big numbers. So we gotta give them some patience and let them take their time. I'm kidding. They should get to counting. I worked at a polling location, and it's really not that hard. Like, if you get one of the good machines or whatever, it literally counts them up for you, and then you maybe have to send the actual box with all the ballots in it so that they can count the write-in votes. But if you actually have the indicators set up on the actual ballots, then it literally counts them for you. So I do not understand what is taking this long. Maybe they don't have the machines. I have no idea. But I still don't think it should be taking this long. We have technology at this point for a reason. Oh well. At this point in time, we are still just essentially waiting for any counting to continue at any reasonable rate, which apparently appears impossible. Ty Masterson's the winner here. Not very surprised. Trump endorsed. I think they're kind of jumping the gun here a little bit. But he seems to be doing relatively okay wherever he needs to. So I don't completely disagree. Cindy Holscher narrowly leading. I'm surprised that she's actually that far ahead in the betting markets there. But oh well, you know, it's their money that they are potentially wasting, so it's not my problem. In the meantime, as we continue to watch numbers come in, let me know what you want to see on election night 2026. What about a live stream would make you stay? What would be very interesting? I want to hear your thoughts, things to make sure to not forget, and more. Let me know what you think now, because we're definitely going to be working on developing that over the coming weeks and months as things continue to develop over the election season. So we want to know your thoughts, and so sadly we don't have a penny for them, but I guess they'll be incorporated, so maybe that's actually better. Well, now as we look at this point in time, it's still just a complete dead race. Skoog, I love the name Skoog. Kurt Skoog is such an amazing name. You heard me gushing about it basically in the video earlier today. It's such an amazing name. I don't even know how you, as a parent, come up with that name, but that is phenomenal. Holscher doing pretty well. Hillside still. There's Stevens only ahead by 2 in Oakland. That's weird. So she seems to be doing better upstate than expected, but worse in Oakland. I'd really like to see a precinct map. VoteHub had showed like in a post or whatever that they'd be having a precinct map or whatever, but I didn't see a page for it. I was very excited to have that up, but apparently they didn't have it like public or whatever on their site, at least at the time that I had checked. I don't know. So if anyone knows if that is up, then please let me know. But currently it is still too early to really make any informed decisions on anything here. I don't really know how things are going to continue to unfold over the rest of the counties there, because it seems to be a little bit more complicated than originally expected. So that could potentially make things a little bit more interesting and fun. I like fun, so. As of this moment, I mean, oh wow. I mean, just this is getting kind of weird because it's interesting how this is turning out completely different than expected, right? Upstate was supposed to be strongly El Sayed compared to a weaker performance in some other areas, and now it's just not working out that way. So I think that's just a little bit of a surprise. They're kind of having a weird trade off here for how well they were expected to do in some areas. So I'm a little bit not off put or whatever, but like a little bit surprised by that, I guess. Okay. It appears we're gonna have to just basically settle in for the night, and expect it's gonna take a while, like for everything. If you haven't already, get a nice seat. I hope you haven't been standing up this whole time. That'd be really embarrassing. Actually, I don't think about that'd be impressive. I mean, I've stood upright for 2.5 hours before, but I mean that's not like. So you should probably sit down if you haven't already. Get a good drink or something. Still 2%. Still 31%. They apparently decided to call it for Bell, even though literally like nothing new came in anyway. I'm still gonna wait a little bit longer because there's not much distinction here. But if you notice, St. Louis City is a solid. What is that? 15. That's like a solid 30-point margin difference there. So, I mean, I don't. There's not a big difference as far as that goes, but I mean that's still relatively considerable for waiting to make a call there. I'm gonna wait a little while. And so, the question basically at the end of all of this is going to be, is this a continued victory for the Democratic Tea Party? As of right now, the answer appears to be no. We've seen basically like nothing strong come out of this in that case. for progressives being able to energize and strengthen their standing within the party. We are seeing Abdul Al-Sayed probably get himself to be a point where he is expected to win. But that was very expected, and if it didn't end up happening, that would have been a strong sign that things were basically collapsing as opposed to really anything else. So that fact really doesn't change much in this case. The only case I could see things going really well is if all of a sudden things turn around pretty quickly. And I really don't know if that's like necessarily plausible. So honestly, I think this is just going to continue to go mediocrely okay. I think Al-Sayed's still going to win. I think he's doing well in the places that he needs to in the first place, and then he's going to be able to continue to whittle down margins upstate. He's probably not doing as well as generally was expected upstate, which is definitely a very interesting thing to see. But currently, he's just still doing well enough that I think he's probably just going to be able to secure the nomination against Stevens and probably probably still win in November, even though it might be a little bit closer than it would be as Stevens. Who knows? We will never know who will end up performing better because only one of them will get the nomination. So the electability question will never be answered. Right? As of the current moment, we can see, I mean, it's really just coming in super slow, but Missouri 01 still looking at a 31% of the vote in, and there we go, 37% in now. And I think that was a bit of a drop more out of St. Louis. The margin stayed relatively similar from one to the next, so I think that's kind of solidifying that things are going to go pretty well there. I don't really know if there's much of a shot that there is left. If we look at McKinney's still only 2% in Missouri. Michigan's 13th. Al-Sayed still doing well there. Mallory McMorrow pulling above 3% now, which really isn't going to make that big of a difference at all. But, you know, it says a bit about whether they would even, like, you know, prefer anything close to a candidate like what they have so far, right? That's going to definitely make things a little bit more interesting as far as that's concerned, right? Like if there's enough opposition to both of them, that could kind of raise some flags that, you know, things might not be super easy in November and there might need to be some more energization of the base, which is going to be interesting because that's kind of what Al-Sayed's entire argument was. But it's possible things could get a little bit more interesting and entertaining than they already are. Yes, there's always possibility to make things more interesting than they are. And we like interesting, we like entertaining, we like all of that. That makes politics fun. And so still awaiting more results here. So Kansas governor, this is actually a lot closer than quite a few people were probably expecting. With Holscher only leading by a slim margin as of right now. And so that probably is somewhat surprising to some people there, which is probably I don't really know, because originally it looked like it was going to be Corson anyway. He's the one that had the endorsements from Laura Kelly anyway, right? So I'm pretty sure that he was generally expected to be the victor in the beginning, at least as far as that goes. So I'm not necessarily sure why the momentum kind of switched to the other side, but eventually at some point it kind of did, and from there it's just kind of stayed there. But apparently it was actually oversaturated on that side, so there's not really any actual effort on that point to be able to get much on that. At 9:28 p.m. on the East Coast, we have a projection to make. We can project that Wesley Bell has won renomination to the 1st Congressional District in the state of Missouri. We can, again, that is a projection now that Wesley Bell, who is the representative now from the 1st Congressional District who defeated Cori Bush for the nomination in 2024, has won renomination in this seat. And that he will continue on to be the nominee for the Democrats for this seat. Yet again, this nomination, this choice coming at, again, 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time. We're still waiting for more results out of Kansas. Kansas still waiting on things to continue on there. I mean, it's just the same sort of things going on. More results from Kansas, more results from Michigan, especially from the 13th District, where we are still awaiting that. El Sayed still leading by 7 points right now, underperforming expectations in Wayne and also a few counties outside up in these areas, but he's doing okay in plenty of other areas. He's still currently leading. But I mean, I don't really know if it's necessarily looking as strong for him as maybe he was hoping originally in some of these areas around the state. So that is definitely a potential concern. But he's not doing awfully, and I think he is still currently in the driver's seat. I would still rather be El Sayed than Stevens at the moment. Not just because he's leading, but also just generally because I think still he is, at the moment, leading in the contest to have a shot at winning here. So, still, as of now, going pretty well for Abdul El Sayed in the contest for the Senate nomination of the state of Michigan. Well, as we now are still just awaiting results, 20% in the state of Michigan. El Sayed's still doing well, but still we really need more from Detroit, which is still at 2% in. It is going to probably take its good time here, so I'm really not sure what exactly to fill this in with. But currently, I mean, I can probably just, if I open up a map, then we'll be good for days. Look at Michigan here, right? Let's just all this away, this to the left, fix the colors, and here we go. Focus on Michigan. Generally speaking, Michigan is a pretty close state. If we have a margin that is pretty close on the Senate level, if it's going to be like D+3, what kind of amount would we expect out of the state of Michigan? So Michigan here, looking at it as far as what we could see on election night, 3 months away. First off, as you do with most states, fill the whole state red. Then find the population centers. That's going to be starting off in, of course, Wayne County, Michigan, the biggest core, of course, of Detroit, and some other outer areas here that kind of go into some deep suburbs. That's easily going to be a safe blue county. Then you go to neighboring Washtenaw, home of Ann Arbor, which is a very big county. Actually, not very big. It's actually the smallest out of the three here, as Ann Arbor. It's actually the most democratic, though. If you look at the margins here, you can see it's 44 points. It actually overtook Wayne. It used to be redder than Wayne. There you go. Back in the Obama days, it wasn't as blue as Wayne was, but it has started to wane in support. It only shifted 1 point to the left from 2016 to 2020, which is a horrible sign, right? That's a heavy shift trend to the right. And it was really elsewhere in the state that I mean, if you look at this, like that's really bad, right? If you look at the comparison here, that's a 3-point shift, 0.79. That's a 2.6 point trend to the right. You have Livingston, you have Oakland really heavily going for him there, Washtenaw. These two very heavy. Marquette, you have these areas that are trending heavily to the left, right? So we're going to be also looking at that later, but really not a good sign, but it's still a very important core for Democrats. Oakland County, Harris only won it by 10.5. It is still a very left-trending county there, though. It is a very dense, suburban sort of county as far as that's concerned there. And so, honestly, it's really going to be... it's going to be an important county to get for the Democrats. Still a pretty big vote tank county, right? 81,000 votes out of that netted for Harris. I mean, it's less than Washtenaw, but I mean, Washtenaw is smaller. So, look at that. That's 740,000 votes, and that's 200,000 votes. So, then look at the other blue counties. Marquette. That one's kind of slugged a little bit, but it's kind of stayed put. If it's a 3-point margin, that's 4 points to the left. That should be over 12 points for the Democrats there. Kalamazoo, that has a minor city in it. I forget what it is. Ingham, same sort of thing there. Then you have Genesee. This has Flint, Michigan in it. I'd expect there's probably going to be a likely margin. Going to do relatively well there with some working class voters to some degree, because I mean they're relatively populist. Working class voters are populist, and he's El Sayed is a left wing populist. He's a social democratic populist, which is, you know, so kind of going to cater to those sorts of voters. Then you have some other parts upstate. They're going to be a little bit more interesting. Kent County is easily going to be a likely margin. That's definitely a very left trending county. I mean, 5.4 from 6.1, right? Flying to the left. Muskegon is right trending, but I think that they would be able to pick it up nonetheless. You have Leelanau County, which is flying to the left. I think that could end up being a safe margin even, because, I mean, it went from Trump plus 3.25 to Biden plus 5 to Harris plus 8. So, flying off a cliff there. Same sort of thing in Grand Traverse. Very left-trending areas all across the Bay Area here. I'm going to get to the rest of those, though, in a minute once we're done. These counties here. Eaton County is basically stagnant. I think that it really could go either way, but right now I'm going to give it tilt D. Saginaw, probably going to be a little bit for the Democrats there. And this is, of course, going to be Mike Rogers. I can't type. Mike Rogers. And this is going to be for... Right now, still, Abdul Al-Sayed is leading. So I think that he's probably still going to... He's still leading the expected stuff, too. So that's probably going to be everything for the Democrats. Go to the Republicans. Now we're probably going to have Benzie drop down to a lean margin. Manistee, maybe not. I mean, you have 15.1 to 15.9. Obviously, a very strong leftward trend. 3 points to the left, it definitely could be. Now that I think about it, it's probably going to be like a 10-point margin or so, somewhere in there. Emmett County, I don't think it's going to drop below 6. That might just barely hover over 6-point margin, though. Charlevoix, it really depends on how strong that shifts, if it's going to drop down below that area. But that whole area, very, very left trending. Bay County, probably going to drop down below less than 12. Macomb almost certainly is, right? Working class voters in that area. Clinton County is going to drop down to a lean margin. Isabella, lean margin, right? You have probably Midland County even dropping down to a likely margin. It narrowly didn't for Biden. That was a 14.6 point margin. 15.2, very left trending area. I mean, Ottawa, probably not, though. You have some of these other areas. Van Buren, 15.1, 12.3. So, I mean, hovering right about that area. If it ends up being a 3-point margin from the state, then maybe it'll drop down. Berrien, probably getting down to that closer level there. And so that's probably about it. We're going to see something like this, maybe, as of right now, if... I forgot about the Panhandle, which is very left trending in general. Specifically looking at Keweenaw is definitely going to end up dropping down to a likely margin. 17 points. I mean, that'd be a 4.5-point shift. Would be 13.5 plus what level of trend are we talking? 14.2 to 17. That's pretty stagnant, honestly. Gojibik probably not going to be enough either. So something like this maybe in November for El-Sayed versus Rogers. If you end up having him secure the victory, of course, which is still not completely for certain. It's definitely a little bit up in the air. But if we then change this to John James, who is almost certain to be the nominee for the Republicans there, and, of course, Jocelyn Benson. This is going to be a much stronger victory. Oh my goodness, can I type, please? For the Democrats. We're looking at a much better margin for them there. And so, I think that, honestly, purely based off all of this, right now, 5.5-point margin is definitely within the realm of possibility, maybe even getting into a likely margin. Depends on how strong Jocelyn Benson can prove herself to be again. She did very well in 2022. How well do polls continue to show her doing? So, again, same sort of thing there. Everything red. These are easily going to be safe blue. This is going to be safe blue. Safe blue now. Kent County, probably getting up to narrowly safe blue status. Maybe getting down to a very high likely margin there. Same sort of thing with Genesee. It really depends on how much she wins by. Muskegon would probably be a lean margin. Grand Traverse would probably flip. Maybe you could end up flipping Benzie, but it really depends on how strong of a night you're having. I mean, Isabella, maybe, right? Getting Clinton, probably not, but Eaton almost certainly would flip. Berrien, you're looking at Clinton, then at this point, you're looking at Benzie, probably. You're looking at, Emmett probably getting down to a lean margin. You're looking at probably Charlevoix almost certainly going down to a likely margin at that point. So then you have Keweenaw definitely being a lot closer. You have some of these 17-point counties starting to drop. You have, so you're getting a lot of more these trends being visible, and it's going to make things a little bit tougher for the Republicans. That's definitely going to drop down to a likely margin at that point. Bay County definitely going to drop that one. Midland definitely going to drop. Saginaw almost certainly going to flip at that point in time. Then you have Macomb, which is potentially even going to drop below a likely margin. Depends on how strong she would do with industrial voters there. Van Buren definitely would be a good bit closer. And so you can end up with a map like this, which is definitely a bit bluer. And so that'd be probably close to like a 6-point margin for Jocelyn Benson against John James. It depends on, again, how heavy things are from the Detroit area, which is really going to be the main tank of the votes for Benson. I mean, if you shift it enough, then the entire thing ends up being. Okay, and so 7 points there. This is really starting to irk me that they're still not putting in anything in Detroit. They need to start counting more. Now if you're looking at if you're here, say hello in the live chat. Feel free to ask questions again. I got something to do here, but got a little while left before the polls close in the state of that's probably about going to be the extent. I don't even remember what I was talking about already. If you ask questions, I love answering questions. I love being able to go off and just talk and yap for a long time. All right, recap so far. Shannon Taylor projected the victor and is going to run up against. Is going to run against Rob Whitman in U.S. House 1. Luria is going to be the nominee. Former Representative Elaine Luria. She was the nominee. She was the representative from the 2018 cycle to the 2022 cycle when she lost to 2022 when it was drawn to be a bit redder. And that's kind of funny. Harding, there's one vote here in this sliver of Albemarle County, and Philip Harding is winning it. Just random fun stuff like that sometimes amuses me. 48% in, basically they've just decided to stop counting. That's fun. Holscher still leading in the primary here, 47-41. Very close contest still as of right now. And so that's going to be the... That was weird. That margin seems okay for El Sayed, but I mean, Oakland that close is really not looking good for Stevens. I don't think that... I mean, it's kind of weird seeing all these counties purple because I really was expecting a lot better of a performance of El Sayed upstate. That's what that was. Okay. But I guess he's really just not performing at his absolute best here as far as that goes. So I don't know. Really, at this moment in time, it's just down to... I mean, this is still irritating me. This is irritating me a lot. Holscher still leading. Corson appears to really be showing that his block is up here in the northwestern part of the state, where he's probably going to be, doing relatively well with a specific type of voter. I'm not necessarily sure what kind of coalition this would be specifically, but yeah, I'm going to do a blue heart because I love the name Kurt Skoog. But and he's actually winning a county. I'm very happy, but I think it's probably going to stop after a little while. It might be where he's from. I don't know. Amazing name. Amazing name. If you have a really funny name, then did the other person just drop it? Or did mine not show up right? I can't tell. Let me see. Very sad. Everyone should love Kurt Skoog. I think if you have a really funny name, you should immediately be given a post. We need really funny people's names in politics. It's awesome. Also, really ironic ones. But I'm kidding. Obviously, we need people who are smart in L. I was like, oh, you have a precinct map of each of these? No. Oh my goodness. Oh my word, it's a miracle. They figured out how to count. They got 3% more in. We're saved. Everybody, we are saved. It's gonna be okay. Alright, we did it. It is done now. We are done. Okay? We're safe. We're safe. They counted 3% more of the vote. It's gonna be okay. Everybody is gonna be okay. Celebrations. If you're new here and you haven't subscribed already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are aiming for 750 by election night, so that should easily be attainable. That's about one a day, so it shouldn't be way too hard to be able to get that done and out of the way by election day. Not done out of the way. That sounds very dismissive. Every single subscriber is very important to me, and it means a lot that I have 600 people who are interested enough in the things that I do that they say, yes, I want to listen to this guy rattle off about elections. That is very heartening to me. So if you have not subscribed already, please do so. Share with people. Help grow the channel. Very much appreciated. And so yeah, we're still watching results come in now. Haley Stevens' numbers are coming up for some reason, which is kind of weird, but I don't really see much happening here. Oh, there's a little bit of a jump there. I went from up 5.95 again. I went to 6.04, then 5.95 again, but I don't know what's going on there. Detroit is looking a little bit strong for Stevens, but there's really not much actually happening there. So we need a lot more from Wayne to really be able to say much of anything about this contest still. Some of the upstate is now starting to look a bit better for El Sayed, but it's really just a spattering of counties in here, which is a little bit surprising. Again, it's not going to be a sledgehammer victory for El Sayed. That's for certain. It's probably going to be close to maybe a 10-point margin. It, again, depends on how things keep going in Detroit. If he can keep the margin very low there, and if he starts winning more of these outer counties elsewhere. But it is not going to be any slam dunk victory for him there. as of right now, we are still just awaiting. We are now down to about an hour before the polls close in the state of Washington. We're going to be watching this race very closely. Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, the incumbent representative from the 3rd Congressional District. This is a district that Trump won in 2024. I'm going to pull that up real quick. And so that's going to be a very interesting contest to see there. If we can, there we go. Official state WA, and we go to not 1/16th. 2022 congressional. Let me swap what window we're looking at there. There we are. And we look at partisan lean, not composite, but instead president 2024. We can see that Donald Trump won the district by 2.3%. So if we look at the swing from president to Congress 2024, then you can see Trump outperformed by a relatively good amount there. 2 Democrats and there's 2 Republicans, so there's completely different color for that. But really, what happened there? That's like a 10-point margin or so. I don't even know what's going on there. Can I not? I don't know why I can't make it, like, show on the right. I don't understand why it doesn't let me do that. But that means that this color, the reds, are where Trump overperformed, and the blue is where the House Republican overperformed. As you can see here, I mean, 21 versus 11. So, you know, yeah, that's a 10-point overperformance there. But other than that, basically, you had some House Republicans overperform. Whoever ran against Randall. Alexander also overperformed. Interesting, because Jayapal is a pretty progressive candidate, and that's like central Seattle. Yeah, 85% of the vote. 84, yeah, slim. Anyway, yeah, Perez overperformed there. So, obviously, very bad pick if Democrats were to oust her. Top 2 primary system, so it's very likely going to be Perez and somebody else. Probably going to be Republican because just it depends on what Republican ends up getting the biggest name recognition out there and is able to get the most votes from that area. That's really going to be the big question. And so that's about to be the big note on that tonight is going to be, of course, who's she going to run against? And probably get trounced because she's a very strong bipartisan voice in Congress, or at least is perceived that way. And again, as I have said multiple times before, it really doesn't matter. But the truth is, whether or not you can describe a truth or whatnot, what matters in elections is what the electorate thinks. And so if the electorate thinks you're bipartisan, then congratulations, you're bipartisan. That's what matters. That's how elections work. And so for Perez, she is able to win over some Republicans. And so that's really going to be... Actually, if we open back up the page that I had, and if we look at precincts, I'm curious if there's anywhere that... First off, I'm curious if there's anywhere that... Perez actually underperformed the... There definitely are. I just wonder where they are. Right? So 2024, Congress 2024, and then you just toggle this off. We're going to see where... okay, so there's basically nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 precincts. There are a total of 11 precincts that Harris outperformed Perez in the entire district. And it encompasses... probably about 1,500. So yeah, it's not very, there's no real place that she did extra well in. She appears to have done relatively moderately well, better in Vancouver. And up here from the Kelso Castle Rock area, Napavine, Chile, Centralia, South Bend, Raymond. These have three of the precincts there that she actually did worse than Harrison, but I mean, it's really not. Cape Disappointment. Well, that's sad. Randomly, this one, Sister Rock, Swift Reservoir, the Mount St. Helens district precinct. Randomly, this one, Northeast 88th Street and Northeast 62nd Avenue. Then you have this one up here, South 10th Way, South 35th, whatever, small city area, and then this one out here, which seems to be much more rural-ish. That seems like exurban. I'm not really sure what the pattern is, or if there really is one, or if it just happens to be like statistical anomalies there that just happen to exist. Then there's two more here, where there's literally 4 houses in this one, so whatever happened there, if we actually look at the precinct specifically, Trump won this precinct 6-3, and then if we look at, if we turn both of them on, there we go. Both of them 6-3, so I don't even know why it's colored that way. I think that's the tie color, so exact same thing there. Not quite. There were 2 less votes. No, actually, what? Perez got 1 more vote. And the Republican got 1 more vote. That's weird. Very rarely do you find anywhere that Congress gets more votes than the presidency, but I guess that happened there. Kent. I think it was Joe Kent. Precinct down here. Republican got 2 more votes than Trump, and the rest was the exact same. Like, these are weird. Here you got 5-6 and 5-7. So random. 1 more for Perez and 2 more for Kent. 1 less for Perez and 1 more for Kent. So that probably is just 1 person voting Harris Kent, which is kind of weird. I'd assume they might be a progressive who just wants Perez gone. I don't know. That doesn't really make much sense to me, though. But doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I guarantee you that there are people out there that do that, and that's just the tie. 3 less votes for Perez and 3 less for Kent. So I guess just percentage-wise, it ends up being a little bit better for Kent that way. 2 more votes for Kent and 1 less for Perez. In this Southern Riverview precinct, 2 more for each. So it ends up being a little bit more favorable, and 9 less for other. And then here it's 28-28 to 27-30. Interesting. Yeah, it's just kind of weird how that ends up happening. Yeah, so that was just fun to look at while we literally have nothing else to do here. 58% in. Cindy Holscher has been projected the victor by Decision Desk HQ about 10 minutes ago. I really don't know if that's a little bit too early or what, but either way, it doesn't really seem to be, that ill-advised, considering that, now Holscher has taken the lead in Johnson County, the largest county by population in the entire state of Kansas. And yeah, it's really just going to be down to, that's essentially what we're looking at there for. Any of that done, whatever. It's basically just, yeah. At this point in time, we are currently still just like doing a lot of waiting. There's probably not going to get all that much better when Washington starts coming in either. Unfortunately enough. Holscher is done, so now it's down to just McKinney v. Thaindar and El Sayed v. Stevens. For some reason, El Sayed's odds have been dropping a little bit. We're still only at a quarter reporting, so this is probably going to continue to take a good bit of the night. The polls have been closed across the southern chunks of the state here for 2 hours and 1 hour over the western part of the panhandle. And things are still looking pretty good for El Sayed, but Stevens has been doing a bit better upstate than was expected initially, and so that is potentially going to make things a bit more challenging for El Sayed to be able to easily take this home. Stevens is winning the election day vote in Midland County by 20 points. El Sayed is winning the early vote, won the early vote by roughly the same margin, being 24. So things are really not going absurdly strong for him. I think that still at this point, I mean, it's really just that's Midland. Am I losing it? Where the heck is Midland County? Thought it was up over here. There we go, 73% in, and wow, well, Stevens is ahead by a bit in Missaukee County, which is what generally should be a relatively green county for this map, right? It should be an El Sayed strong area, and I'm not quite sure on why it's not. It appears to be a pretty weak lead there for him, and I or for her, for him, yeah, for him in the general lead right now. I don't know what to think as far as how this is going to end up shaping up at this point now. It's really much more contested than it was originally looking like. And so we almost certainly will have to wait a good bit longer into the night to really be able to say much about this contest. But at this exact moment, we are still looking at a pretty good result for starting to fall asleep here because these results are taking so absurdly long. This is actually genuinely insane. Because there's literally nothing else to do. These are 2 races left, and essentially it's just wait on these. That's really all it is. So I think at this point it's just the most boring waiting game of all time. And I don't know, man. Well, at this point, it is still too early to make any projections in the 13th district. Only 6% in. And in the U.S. Senate, still got 45 minutes left until the next polls close, which is going to be again in the state of Washington. And so really just going to be sitting, waiting on basically anything happening here. I mean, this is going so absurdly slow that I can get rid of Bell. I didn't realize I still had that. At this point, it is still anyone's game because nothing has even come in yet. I think that still, Thandar is the disadvantaged one at this point in time. It is still going to be a tough uphill battle for him to be able to make up much because, I mean, again, this is, I believe, a black majority district. So if we go here, we go there, we go there, we go here and do this, and then that's it. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way that's the only one. There we go. Here's 13. Goes from Romulus, Taylor, Lincoln Park, Allen Park, Southgate, up, kind of squeaks through here. Central Detroit, Hamtramck, Highland Park, Grosse Pointe Park, Grosse Pointe Farms, Harper Woods, Grosse Pointe Woods, Grosse Pointe Shores, Grosse Pointe Point. Yeah, Harris. Oops. Harris won this by 41 points. So, clearly, very Democratic district. Whoever ends up winning will easily be favored in November. There's no real question about that. But the problem disappear. Very heavily black. Now, not as much down here. This appears to be pretty white if we check at all minorities. Yep, pretty white in this area. Maybe a few Hispanic areas. Apparently, a Hispanic-heavy block here east of Dearborn appears to be southwest Detroit, Michigan, Martin, Springwells, Claytown neighborhoods. But Asian voters, Native voters, yeah, basically nothing. Pacific, all mostly white, but you can see here Hispanic. You can see a big black voter chunk. And this is where, honestly, I think that you have a lot of difficulty for Thaindar, because McKinney is black. He doesn't have a picture, but here at least. He does it on our projection slide, don't worry. But Thaindar is not. And he's also a businessman, so he could potentially be seen as less progressive. And of course it's buffering, because why not? The internet decides to drop at the best possible time. So sorry about that. There's not much I can do about it. It's the internet. The internet's fault, not mine. I don't think I have anything eating any bandwidth up. Not to my knowledge, at least. This is already loaded. This is still just going. This is done. That's not even loading anything. That's not loading anything. That's not loading anything. Yeah, I have no idea why it's going this slow. So my apologies to the fact that it is completely shot. Usually it should come back in a few minutes, so please bear with me. But in the meantime, I will continue dropping an atrocious amount of frames and want to cry. Yeah, it's 1019. We're doing 92 kilobits per second right now, so that's great. Hopefully this won't happen in our streams in the future. We should be in a very dense, and especially at this part of the night. So that hopefully will change soon. This should be our last stream with this internet. So anyway, very black neighborhood areas there. Definitely going to be a potential difficulty for Thaindar. Potentially a bit more progressive down here, though, so you kind of get like skewered, where black voters might not be supportive of you as far as like wanting to be represented by a black representative, but they might not be as progressive, but they still might vote for the black representative. And then down here, white voters are going to be more progressive, and they don't want someone who's a businessman and is generally a bit more, establishment-esque. And so they might vote for the progressive. They're the same person. So that's how you probably end up losing by about 24 points right now. So it's really potentially looking like a disaster for him there. And so that's going to be his big issue with winning that. Even though it is a D+40 district, again, it's going to be potentially a primary challenge that may end up completely going through. And yeah, the internet is still being garbage, and I am very mad. So it appears that it's just dropping a few frames, like the speed is dropping, but it looks like it's still streaming 1080p. Just not 1080p 60, it's like 1080p 10. And is dropping like frames. We're up to the point where 2.5% of the total frames have dropped, which is insane. Because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. 3.5-ish hours. So yeah, that is extremely annoying. I really don't know what's eating up the bandwidth here, because I'm not doing anything. But alas, at this point, we are still just awaiting for more results anyway, so it's not like we're losing out on anything huge. Something just glitched for a second there and showed Thaindar leading. No, actually, he's leading now by 9. Okay, so there's a big drop. Thaindar is now leading by 9 points. There was a big drop, probably from the northern area. If I had to guess out of the two, it's probably going to be stronger. More establishment, but he is currently leading now. Can't wait to watch this completely shift over like the next few seconds. It's gonna be really funny. But yeah, it's 9 points. There's a chance that it really depends on where it's coming from, right? Like if you end up with a plain enough, you know, I think that Thaindar is relatively like inoffensive, so I think that he wouldn't really be challenged in the first place. But obviously he was. So I think at this point he's the kind of person that would really just get hit by this basically for no reason anyway. Um. So yeah, at this point it's just a matter of 1 second. Okay, so maybe now. No, it's still just not gonna. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. It seems to be doing better, so we'll take that for right now. Um. Okay, that's all it took. Really? If the video completely dropped for a second, that is because I turned off my internet and turned it back on my computer, and now we're reconnected. And now we're sitting at 10K. That is actually really annoying. That it was really just that simple. Don't want to jinx it though. But yeah, there we go. Look at that. That is actually aggravating. Well, at least it fixed, so we're okay now. Thaindar ahead by 9 now. The markets haven't appear to not have reacted yet. I don't really know if it's like, I don't know, whatever. Aside, still awaiting anything happening here. Detroit now came in a little bit more, and Stevens is doing very well. Wherever it came from is definitely a lot more establishment favorable. We're up to a third of the state reporting. Abdul Said's ahead by 2.01% or so. Apparently, it's a little bit of rounding on that lower end there because you can see from that. But only 20% in Wayne County still, so there's a lot left. It still could be Al-Sayed favorable in the southern parts of the county that are a bit more white, which are generally going to be probably a bit more in his favor. But as you can see, there's a lot of outer areas that are really not looking too good here for Al-Sayed. So it's really going to be, yeah, on here at least, McKinney is tanking. So this race is really going to be definitely still a big one, but I mean, as of right now, it's a 2 point race, and Al-Sayed really needs to whittle down numbers in Wayne, and if he can do well enough there, then he is definitely going to be able to could be considerably strong in the generic thing. Where did everyone go? Why did everyone leave? I fixed my internet. At this point in time, still we're awaiting a good bit left out of quite a few areas still. Al-Sayed, and now Thaindar is leading, which I think is probably not going to last absurdly long. I think that McKinney probably has a lot of votes on the outer area still to be able to make up the difference. Stevens plus 53 in mail-in Detroit. So obviously a very big changes in Detroit areas where things appear to be starting to head her way. And maybe it's going to end up being a little bit longer. I still think, as of right now, Al Sayed is still in the driver's seat here. But it's not looking as strong as it once did. And he's going to need a lot more support out of his strong areas to be able to continue to compete. Oop. Oh, that's cool. 31 minutes until the polls close in the state of Washington, where we will have the 3rd Congressional District to watch, and a few other ones in the state, I guess, as well. If you are interested in that, let me know in the live chat. I will happily do that for you, but as of this moment now, I don't really know if it's like... I don't find it absurdly important. I think as of right now, it's going to be much more important to see how well Perez does against any primary challenges. So that's really going to be the biggest thing for her there. My word, I already set it to do not disturb like twice. Oh, don't I have it set it? Yeah, it only changes it for an hour. There we go. Now it should shut up. She's got anything here that resembles. Nope, not that one. No. Can I import? Okay, well, I'll figure that out. No. No. Install on your operating system. Restart it. I am okay, that's not helpful. Select it from your text source properties. Well, poop. There's no way. That's actually insane. One of our brand fonts is actually used by the Obama campaign 2008. Blanche's nomination got moved forward by the committee, whatchamacallit committee. But yeah, still awaiting big results here. Thaindar still ahead by 8.5%. Quarter of the vote is in now. El Sayed head by 4.25. A third of the vote is in. Still really not all that much to be looking on about. So that's really not. Well, oh my goodness. Yay, I found it. There we are. As you can see, Haley Stevens is leading, and that is because these have not reported yet. It's all up here. These are the whiter areas of the county. All down here. You can see it's all like this chunk, this sliver. If you switch it to counties, you can see it goes all the way out here. That's a lot whiter. That's a lot probably more progressive. This is a lot more establishment. So there's still a lot left in Wayne County that is left. So this is definitely not over. There's still a lot left for El Sayed, and also this is why he's winning Macomb. It's because it's going to be this area. Up here is probably going to be more Stevens. It's interesting to see how much Stevens is doing up here, though. Costa and Montcalm just don't even get anything other than just... They just pretend there's one precinct each, even though they're not. They have multiple precincts in them, but oh well. Maybe they couldn't get the precinct level data. Diversity, El Sayed's winning there. Progressive up on the coast. Nothing in Leelanau yet. All up here. Oh wow, one single vote. Look at that. One single vote each, and they're both of them. One single vote is for El Sayed. And then up here, do not have any data up here, actually, even though they Vote Hub DDHQ does. And then, but still, this is the story here, right? Detroit, all of the more progressive areas in here are not in yet. Early vote. El Sayed doing quite a bit better here. Mail votes heavily. Election day votes, meh, scattered. Not much of anything yet. There you go. Ann Arbor, got a good chunk there. You got that spread out there, but Grand Rapids is basically right now appears to be El Sayed's entire lead. As the rest of the map's pretty flat at this point. And it's Detroit versus these areas up here, and you got Ann Arbor, Lansing area, also reporting pretty well. Finally getting some good stuff to be able to talk about now. Finally, very excited. And so apparently now some of this drop doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. I don't know why that showed up. I don't think that's supposed to be there. 4.75%, and yeah, it's still gonna be probably gonna be a pretty long contest here. It's not gonna be an early night, unfortunately. What is that? McMorrow's winning a precinct. Huh. It's one single vote for McMorrow. Saginaw up here doing pretty well. Midland area. This is actually a relatively Republican area, so not way too many votes out of that area. Most likely Saginaw doing pretty well, but the outer areas not so much. A lot of orange out here actually in the upstate areas. Right, Wilbur, East Tawas. These were all supposed to be purple. So at the very least, it's down to 3.3. This is 4.42. So they don't quite have the exact same number between the two of them there, but I mean, upstate up here is all a lot more orange than expected. Point Edwards over here, Port Huron. No, Point Edwards over there. That's Sarnia. That's I don't remember the writing. That's like that, and there's another one there, and there's another one there. They're all like likely conservative now because their numbers have been dropping. And this is Windsor West. Is likely to be an NDP flip because the Conservatives have been dropping in vote share enough that they're probably going to be able to win. Anyway, Detroit. Again, look at this deep stuff over here. Probably relatively well reported, though, but Dearborn, much whiter, as you can see as you go into it. They're purple bars, right? More purple. This is a bit more of the black area that kind of ends out over here, and then it becomes more white as you get into some of the township areas out here in the county. Also up here a little bit, you got a little bit of minority voters in the Plymouth area there, but all this out here is probably mostly white, and so that's definitely going to be a lot more El-Sayed favorable territory, which again is going to be probably why he's leading. He's losing by 20 points in Wayne County right now, but only a quarter of the vote is in. So this is going to probably happen in Macomb. I think that El-Sayed is still going to win it, but this area out here is probably a bit more for Stevens. And so I think that she's probably going to be able to scrape up a little bit more, even though El-Sayed's going to pick up a little bit more out here. I think she's a little bit more to gain out of what's left as of this point. So definitely a very weird performance for what's going on here. So it's really just, this is really interesting to see how this is not. She's really been outperforming expectations essentially everywhere, and so I think at this point it's really not gonna be a very good sign for El-Sayed. Nonetheless, I think there's a lot less force for him than there was. So looks like his ground game did end up completely paying off. I think he wouldn't have been able to win without it, but Stevens is performing more than well enough for herself amongst minority voters, especially, and that could actually foretell a few weaknesses in November. So, Parchment. There is a town called Parchment, Michigan. Yo, where you live? I live in Parchment. Absurd. Yeah, honestly, it's just, you know. 15 minutes left until the polls close statewide in the state of Washington. They have not taken back that vote drop, so I'm really not sure what the heck happened here with that. I'm pretty sure it just closes statewide, so I'm not really sure why on earth they have any numbers. But yeah, surprising to nobody. Prez is leading, but none of the Republicans are even anywhere close. So this has to be an error. There's no way that's right. Thaindar still ahead by 9 or 8.5 because they don't want to count in Detroit again. They all took a nap. They decided they were done again. I think that's probably going to be a pattern is they're going to decide they don't want to count again. And they take naps. And they'll come back. Just had a huge lag spike because I loaded this all at once. So I bet a few, like, there's just a bit of lag there on, that was my bad. Detroit here in this area is still going to be pretty, it's all going to be down to this right here. This is going to be where the race is made. If it ends up being this close. Alcide is pulled ahead to 4.5 points again, but it's if it continues to be this close, it's going to be right here. This is where the entire race is going to be made, is this southern area with a lot of white voters that are going to be more progressive that Alcide is going to need to win over. And I'm a little confused on, yeah, does it just not have precinct level results? That sucks. Because I'd be curious to see where those were coming from, because Alcide's almost winning Oakland, which was supposed to be Stevens' base. The fact that Stevens isn't winning right now is because she's not doing close to as well as expected in Oakland County. There it goes. I knew it was wrong. It's going to disappear in a second. I knew it was wrong. There's a backup. This is weird. But yeah, the fact that she actually is doing this poor in Oakland is weird, right? So she's doing better than expected in Wayne. She's doing better than expected basically everywhere upstate. Like, I mean, basically everywhere upstate. And doing way worse in Oakland than expected, which I guess would be the white suburbanite vote just being, like, completely for Alcide in a way that hadn't really been expected. I'd expect probably around, like, Pontiac and the southern areas down here that are heavily white are probably going to be pretty strongly for him there. But I mean, this is going to be where the race is made. These precincts down here still have thousands and thousands of votes left to go. That's 70,000 votes, and we are probably going to have, yeah, I mean, 70,000 votes a quarter done. That means that you have 210,000 to go. So that's just a bit less than both of them have. So it is completely still up in the air at this point in time. Oh, right, I forgot that's. Oh, wait, oops, my bad. Ypsilanti. Ann Arbor heavily for him. I mean, where are we looking at? Like, what is down in this section that he's actually winning? I'll turn off the slant. No, it's like looking down at Detroit from head down. Well, it's a tall one. It's just like looking head down at a city. Turn that off. Where is he doing well? Greek Town, Grand Circus Park, Times Square, the Detroit version, Michigan. Okay. West Side Industrial Park. Over here we got Trumbull. Over here we got a precinct here where he's winning by 50. And it's Outer Woodbridge, right next to one where she's winning by 50 percentage points. So it's kind of 55-9 in this precinct. Brutal. 70-point win right there. But yeah, I mean, what does this cluster look like here? Stevens plus 21 in this area here. So if things don't improve for El Sayed here, I think this is gonna go pretty poorly for him tonight. And if you include this, it's pretty even. Wow. Okay. So Ann Arbor is 59% reported, 75% reported in Oakland County, even though that's actually not actually showing on the precinct map there. So you include this, which is this corner here of Livingston County, but apparently if you include the rest of it, then it shows up for Stevens. Maybe you include some of this area here. Messiah plus 0.4. Dead even. They include some of the Bay, so then you start like losing the whole point. So, but yeah, this central Detroit area is really heavily going for Stevens. I mean, 41 points. If you add in Macomb, it drops down to 21. So obviously, still a good bit left in Macomb. Only a quarter in Macomb as well. A quarter of the vote is in. A third of the vote is in. Still only a quarter of the vote is in from Detroit and Michigan U.S. House 13, where we still have more results to await, and it is officially gone now. That is completely gone at this point. I knew that was wrong. But yeah, at this point, we are just waiting down for 8 minutes left. You can see down there that the polls are going to close in the state of Washington, and that is going to be the last poll closings of the night. Actually, I'm going to do something and you don't see what's happening, okay? Nothing is happening. You are losing your mind. Okay? Nothing's happening. And if you think you see something happening, you don't. Alright, so if you think you see something happening, you should see a doctor, because absolutely nothing is happening right now. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, literally nothing was happening. So, if you thought you saw something, you're losing it. On a serious note, now we are counting down to 6 minutes and now 46 seconds until the polls close in the state of Washington, and that is going to be Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez district there, where she is hoping to win the nomination. I mean, technically, it's not winning a nomination at all. It's just, making it to the general election. And the question is, who will she face? There's almost zero chance it'll be another Democrat. It'll almost certainly be a Republican, because it is a Trump 1 district. It was Trump plus, if you check right here, right? Trump plus 3.28. U.S. Senate, it voted for the Republican by 1.2% and for governor by 7.7%. So, obviously, very Republican-friendly district, but she still managed to win in 2024 by 4 points. So, still nothing really coming in from Michigan. Still awaiting anything else in this contest. Haven't had an update in half an hour. when that vote dump came in from this northern chunk that gave the lead to Thaindar. Whoa. You can see now Thaindar actually had the lead, and then it's kind of settled back for McKinney, but yeah, anyway. Alcide's really not doing what he should be doing here, which is kind of surprising because we actually haven't really had a lot of really good polls so far in this race. It's really been pretty disappointing in the level of polling that we've had so far here. So I don't know. It was just at this point, it is just waiting to see how this unfolds. The big question is, will Haley Stevens be able to PS Palestine probably? Will Haley Stevens be able to perform well enough upstate to actually counteract how poorly she was expected to do in these areas? Right? To counteract how much stronger El Sayed is performing in Oakland than was expected. Because that's relatively equal trade-off for a Democrat, right? Because you have such a heavy difference in vote share. If I were intelligent, well, they're not bothering to report, so because it doesn't really matter, right? So they're not counting the Republican votes, right? They because it doesn't matter. It's just Mike Rogers. I don't know at what point they switch this out though, but 62% chance of Dem victory, 68% there. That just kind of checks out. But Alcide doing pretty well for himself there. Did one of these just flip or something? I don't know. Kent and Ottawa are doing pretty well, but Kent's margin's probably going to drop because Grand Rapids is really the area that have been going well for Alcide so far, and the outer areas are the ones that are mostly left. As you can see over here, you can see a lot of Grand Rapids is almost all the way in, yet you have a lot out here, but just going to be a little bit more for Haley Stevens, which is, again, kind of like the opposite of what we were expecting because of what we saw in 2016, right? And that was kind of the precedent that was expected to be set. And so now that we have something that's completely, like, thrown all that away, I don't really know what we're going to be seeing. This middle chunk seems to be going pretty strongly for Stevens. Alcide appears to be doing okay in the Panhandle, down in this corner, and also in the the outer urban areas around Detroit, where that really just appears to be the main focus as far as that goes. So that's going to be the big question for that is going to be, you know, it's a tug of war. It always is a tug of war, but this is a much different. They have different grips on their shoes than we had expected. Is I guess the way to put it there. For what's happening here now is different than was what was originally thought to occur. So honestly, it's Haley Stevens would honestly be winning by a good strong amount if she wasn't underperforming expectations in her home county. So honestly, it's just actually just sad to see how bad he's doing. But then, like, yeah, he's underperforming by a good bit, but she should be winning. Based on what's happening upstate, she should be winning, but she completely dropped the ball in her own county. She's only winning it by 3 points, and so this should be a heavily Stevens strong county that should be netting her thousands of votes, and yet she's ahead by 6,300, which is, excuse me, extremely, like, should be extremely disappointing for her in the fact that she's not, getting the numbers she wants out of that area. And so if you aren't, winning in that, where are you going to make that up? Well, she said the rest of the state, and she's doing that. So, I mean, she didn't actually say it, but 40% in now, had a good bit of a jump in, and El Sayed's ahead by 4.14%. As we now finally make it to the 11 o'clock p.m. poll closings, where the states are going to be shown here. A whole lot of nothing is happening in the state of Washington so far. No votes have yet reported out of the 3rd congressional district, which is going to be the race that we're going to be watching out of the state of Washington. Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez hoping to make it to the general election. This is a nonpartisan top 2 primary system in the state of Washington, and so whoever ends up winning the top 2 vote receivers will go to the general election in November. Perez, a strong overperformer for the Democrats, is favored to win by a safe margin in November. But if something shocking happens and she loses the nomination, Democrats' advantage plummets. And in the absurd chance of a Democratic lockout, it could be one of probably a very few flips that Republicans would be expected to get in November, and probably the only one that they would be expected to get now that wasn't due to redistricting. So here now we sit again and do the waiting, which is the, again, not fun part when you only have 3 races to watch, because these results coming in really don't happen quickly. So McMorrow, 3.7%, which is pretty strong for someone who dropped out weeks ago. Her base basically isn't unified or anything. She's randomly winning like one precinct out here. I don't know if it's still here or not. There was one random precinct that had one single vote, and she was winning. But they might have reported more. I don't know. It appears some outer Grand Rapids areas have started reporting, and Abdul El-Sayed's ahead in some of those, which is definitely going to help him. Some of these just aren't broken up right. Sarnia, you can see there's a little enclave here that El-Sayed's doing pretty well in. Detroit still isn't really filling in like much of anything. They are really taking their time in Detroit, and it is really irking me, because this is really what the entire race is going to come down to, is this area right here. I'm telling you right now, this is going to make the race. These precincts that right now have literally 0 in. This is going to be the contest. This is it. Okay, this is it. This is the entire thing. Not really this. Right, these areas out here are predominantly white, and they're going to be progressive. And this is going to be where either El-Sayed is going to do very well and bring down the margin in Wayne, which is going to counterbalance out this absurd margin that Stevens has built up very impressively in central Detroit, or he's going to fall short in, and Stevens is going to be able to secure up the nomination in a relatively big upset, and the first one that's in favor of the establishment this cycle. So the question is when are these precincts going to report? That's the question. We keep on getting like an update every minute or so, and it's like 12 votes or something, and it's one precinct reported. Haley Stevens, Assad Martins. Dead tie here. Dead tie there. Hey, you can see every once in a while Mallory McMorrow gets some votes. Some people still really wanted her to run, so I honestly think it would have been best for her. But, she had her own issues. Sometimes when I'm doing this, I feel like John King. Even though that's the guy who stands in front of the magic wall on CNN, which I know you're definitely not watching right now, too, because you're watching the better one, which is Election Time News. And sincerely, I do thank you for being here, jokes aside. I know, again, it's a slow night. It's not very populous, but I appreciate every single viewer here. I always do. And I really hope that I'll get some good viewership on the midterm election night. I am very excited for that because a lot have been building up to it. So that is not what I did. I am very mad at you now. So I'm very excited to see how that ends up going. And if you all could help me by helping eventually advertise and such for the channel, that would be very much appreciated. Where does this go? Is this actually part of the county? How far out does it go? Yeah, it goes right here. The precinct spans county lines? I don't think they do that. I'm pretty sure precincts just don't span county lines, so it's just wrong, but that's okay. My mouse is like not working now, and it's starting to annoy me. It's just like only getting half of my clicks. There. Oh, I forgot Totally Real Memphis. Doesn't even have any votes in anyway. 13.8. 13.8, yeah. So they're relatively synced in some ways. And why did I do it that way instead of just doing this? I have no idea. Yeah, 13.8. 29.8 points in Wayne. This shows El Sayed leading. This shows Stevens leading. So again, there's some discrepancy. 742, 732. 732 for Stevens. 749 for Stevens. 749 for El Sayed. 744. This area seems to be going for El Sayed. The areas around the bay. The left trending areas around the bay here. So they seem to be left trending and progressive, which definitely has some interesting implications as far as how things may go in the general. If they're more favorable to the progressive, then maybe they'll vote even more for Al Sayed because they might be a little bit more energized. Maybe the independents there hate progressives. I have no clue. That's the fun part. You never really know. I'm pretty sure it's an open primary in the state of Michigan, so that might mean that some independents here are showing up to vote Al Sayed, but this might be independents showing up. Who even knows? I don't even know if we have any intel on who's actually showing up to vote here, and I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure if we even know. But anyway. Okay, the leader here is John Braun. With 15% in, John Braun is leading Marie Glusenkamp Perez by 17 points. But they are both well ahead of anyone that's second place. But second place is a Democrat, which is going to hurt Perez specifically. But, I mean, even then, it looks like the Republicans are leading the vote anyway, which, no, two more Dems, that's 1.5% plus plus that. So that's, no, that's still less than, that's 41, 42, 43 and a half. Yeah, no, the Dems are 43 and a half. So yeah, they're just straight up like losing the popular vote right now, which is really not good. But these are Republican areas. Clark County is the bluer county. Thurston, and Pacific. Look at the Pacific is a little bit bluer. Clark is definitely bluer. Thurston is bluer, but I think it has the southern Republican areas of it. But these guys are really Republican, so not very surprising. I mean, 18, 19, 32. So, it's not very shocking that, well, Republicans are winning because Republicans live there. Didn't everyone else even drop out? There's not even anybody else there. Still 8.5-point lead because, again, Detroit doesn't like counting votes. Detroit is allergic to counting votes. 42% in Michigan, and Elside's ahead by 4.25%. Just had a drop where his vote share just went down by 0.04%. So it's really not going to be a oh wow. The electorate was way, way older than expected in the Emerson College sample. 41% of this electorate is 70 or older. Only 6% is 18 to 29. 8% is 30 to 39. 9% is 40 to 49. 12% 50 to 59. Almost 65% of the electorate is over 60. So yeah, no wonder she's doing better than expected. This is a much older electorate than had been expected originally. Young voters didn't actually show up. And so whether or not that's actually going to end up being basically the end for Elside because he wasn't able to actually energize those voters or not is going to be a big question. But it appears to be a much, much older electorate than had originally been thought. So that's going to be a brutal loss there. So again, it's just a question of what are we waiting for here. Wait a minute, hold on. Is that lining up directly? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, well, that's not very helpful, is it? A little double icon situation going on here if you have the... not really, because if it's full screen, then whatever. But yeah, anyhow... I don't like this new bar. It doesn't really work right. It says I've only been live for an hour 46, but I've obviously not been. I've been live for 4.5 hours. And the internet just completely dropped for a second, so that's fun. But yeah, we're okay now. I love it when it does that. There we go. Okay, Cindy Holshur's won the Democratic primary for Kansas Gov per the AP. AP has officially won it. So Holshur is more anti-establishment, anti-data center, and anti-public money for the Chiefs Stadium, which is going to be probably why she ended up defeating Corson, who was the preferred successor. So that's probably what happened there. But yeah, that's probably what really took her down there. And now there's a big drop from Cowlitz, nothing from Clark yet, but Cowlitz Braun is only narrowly beating Perez, which is to be expected. Again, a bit less Republican county. I'm actually surprised that she's getting that much of the vote there. But yeah, there's Pacific, which is going to be 8 points for Perez. Which is actually a much bluer county. I'm surprised it's actually that red. So kind of getting some random toss arounds in there. That's potentially a little bit goofy, but it's fine. Didn't really have to make sense. Yeah, it literally says up here I've been alive for 4.5 hours. Whatever. I don't understand. Everyone here, if you have not followed us already on our social medias, make sure to do so. They're all linked below. That is Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram, all there on our profile. So now the big question still, there we go, there's Scamania, which is an interesting name. 11.1 for Trump. I guarantee it was safe in 2016. Turn to the left, even though the 37, 39, 50, 50, yeah, okay. But yeah, Clark really gonna interesting. Yeah, again, so the sort of thing where I feel like anyway. Clark is the only blue one in the entire district. Pacific just barely isn't, and it's actually very left trending. Wow. 1.1 to 1.3. This whole area is pretty left trending in general. I mean, if you look at that, none of them 3.9 to 2.5 that shrunk, 6.6 to 6.0, 41.4 to 45, 3.4 to 7.8, right? 18.6 to 20, 32.8, 32.8. It stayed put. 19.3, 18.1, 17.4, 19.8. That's barely shifting at all. 5.1. Harris plus 6.9. It actually shifted to the left. That one barely moved that much. 9.4, 9.3. So a lot of these areas, very, very left trending. Should up shifting to the left in some cases. So, but yeah, Perez definitely going to be gaining a lot out of Clark County. The question is she going to be able to break that 12-point margin or not? Probably not. She's going to play second, which is going to be, not the greatest look for her and her campaign, but it's probably going to end up being okay in the end. Halcyon up by 4.25 points. Still waiting on a big dump from Detroit. Still awaiting basically anything good out of this forsaken state. 25% in. The last update was 5 minutes ago. Okay, whatever you say, bud. It was probably one precinct. Like, literally one precinct. So it counts as an update, but it's not. Like, just shush. Just shush. I guarantee you that the polls have been closed now for 3.25 hours in Detroit. In the entire county. 3.25 hours. In Florida, the results would be completely counted. So, early 95% in, right? Like, you have mail-in votes, you have absentee ballots are still going to be coming in, right? Yada, yada, yada. But this is still pretty embarrassing. 44%. I mean, Washtenaw, whatever, right? What are we still waiting on? I think it crept a little bit down here. Now, Oakland still don't have precinct by precinct. They have nothing in Oakland. Right? Like, look at this. Nothing. Give me a pizza with nothing. I accidentally included a precincts just because I included 2 precincts that actually have stuff. I mean, literally, this entire county is just nothing right now. Where? Where? I think it's glitching right now because I literally have nothing highlighted that's at all colored. It has no idea what it's talking about. Look, there's not even a really tiny one anywhere that I can find. Anyhow. If she continues performing this poorly in Oakland, which looks like she is going to probably win now. Genesee Stevens is winning now. Saginaw just literally had an update just as I moused over it. 25% in. 25. 84, 82, 84. Look at these guys. Look at them actually doing their freaking job. Over 95. Over 95. Look at them. Yeah, Stevens is winning them. Like, that wasn't supposed to happen tonight there. So, that's a bit of a surprise. 90, 86, over 95, over 95, 91. Dude, like, you got a lot of votes, but you got a lot of people to count all those votes. Get more poll workers, get more whatever. And there we go. Now Perez is in the lead with a strong vote dump from Clark. DDHQ has made the projection that Marie Perez and John Braun are going to the general election. So, there's that. She is probably going to maybe now actually will be the lead vote getter. I don't know for certain, but so that's basically done there. I think that Prez, I mean, they're basically gonna be like tied for the final vote. I really don't think it's gonna matter that big of a difference either way. It appears that Henrik really isn't going to be that big of a player, and so now we're just stuck with Michigan and Michigan doing Michigan things and not wanting to count votes. And we're at half reporting. I'm just gonna probably like call it quits at like 11:30 because this really isn't going to get much better for a while. So it's just gonna get slower as the night goes on. People are gonna get tired, and then they're just gonna go sleep, and votes are gonna stop, and we're gonna be at like 40% reporting or whatever. There's gonna be a huge dump at like 2 in the morning. But I'm not just gonna sit and wait that long. So, because I ain't got enough to talk about or really care about to that extent. So I'm gonna probably call it quits at 11:30. I mean, you turn on notifications when like Arizona's counting votes or Nevada's counting votes. But, I mean, it's down to Wayne. It's literally down to Wayne. What is this southern chunk going to look like? Some came in Southgate. We're looking at... Ooh, Stevens is doing too well there. Westland. Stevens doing pretty well in some of these areas here. This isn't looking good for Al-Sayed, man. This isn't what he needs. If we overlay here... Wrong site. If we overlay here... Wrong thing there. There we go. Doesn't really matter, but I'm going to pick this anyway. A little bit more came in this area, and Daindar is still ahead, so you can see a little bit of a drop right there over the past few minutes. Again, if we look at where this is, it's white. It's white areas, right? Taylor. Where's Taylor? There's Taylor. Nothing out of Taylor yet. Southgate. White. Majority white. Mostly white. Solid white. Right? White over 75%. Okay? Why is it? That's weird. White over 75%. Okay? So, over 75% white. Huron Charter. That's not really in Wayne, but same sort of, pretty important still. Taylor, nothing. Inkster. Okay, Westland. There it is. Not as white, but still, you know, mix Hispanic white in some of these areas, but still pretty white. You need, up in Livonia, still a lot more in this area. Dearborn Heights, really not looking that strong. I mean, that's about the edge, right? You can see these two precincts are right here. And those are still solid and mostly black districts, or precincts. But if you just go down here, this needs to be heavily for Al-Sayed if he's going to win. I'm chuckling because this is just shocking, and I'm surprised that he's doing this bad. So, I mean, you can see the very stark line here where it's Hispanic voters, and you can see he's doing very well with Hispanic voters, which is kind of interesting considering they're usually more socially conservative. You can see up here in this white area, you can also see that he's doing well in Hamtramck. And some of these black communities here he's doing relatively well with. Up near Highland Park in this strip right here, he's doing okay with. But other than that, he's really not making it work. And he needs white voters to save him at this point. Ann Arbor's been doing fine. It's a very white area. You can see that the precincts that she's doing okay in are the ones that aren't white. So again, it's legitimately just white voters. Now, Stevens winning up here. I don't know what's going on here. They're all majority white. Majority white. So I'm not sure what's going on here with all of this. I don't understand what's happening here. It might just be a complete drop on the part of that. But yeah, still, I really don't know what's going on here with the fact that he's not doing as well as he should have been based on that. But it really is with that there's a much older electorate. So older white people are really not going to be as favorable here. There, we got Oakland now all sorted out. And Donovan McKinney has now taken the lead with a nice vote drop there, which means that we're probably going to have a nice vote drop out of the Detroit area here. In Al-Sayed's favor, if it's gonna, there we go. And he is ahead by 2 points now. Abdul Al-Sayed leading by 2 points, and Stevens is ahead still by a good bit there, but Donovan McKinney has now taken the lead in this contest. He's ahead by 5.33%. We can see actually a bit more developed out over here for Stevens. And this is huge. We can now see what's up here, and if we look at how much is reporting, 87%. So it's really not that much left, but you can see, let's pull up the race map. Pontiac. Stevens, you can see where the minority vote is. And then down here, West Bloomfield is kind of showing up here. I guess that's kind of a different... Hold on. I'm actually just something I've never done before. Age. Oh. Well, this doesn't really tell me that much. I was going to see if it was a bit of an older area, but I guess it's probably just older voters showing up then. Wrong one. There we go. You can see here that it is, in fact, going to be mostly white, but it is going to be a little bit more for Stevens. You can see as it goes down into the minority-heavy areas that it's going to be more for Stevens. It's kind of interesting how the black majority precincts are the ones that have really been counted so far in Detroit. We still have a lot of these white heavy ones that are yet to report. As you can see, it's almost like a 1-to-1 lineup here. I'm going to see if I can get this kind of neatly lined up here so it's just a nice transition, more or less. So, again, kind of just not really, certain of what's going to happen here with, but 51% in. We're half done. Alcide's starting to do a little bit better up in the Panhandle. He's really not getting the numbers he needs in Wayne County. He's not doing well enough with the white voters in that part of the state, and so I think that honestly, it's probably going to be pretty tough for him to be able to get things together, but he might be able to. So at this point, we're really just still looking for the numbers coming in here for the southern Detroit area, and I think that honestly, I'm probably going to call it here. I don't think there's going to be any dramatic shifts there. It's now down below, hovering at 2-point lead for Alcide, and I think that as we go for the night, this is going to be a contest we're going to immediately catch up for, and the results are probably going to be done in the morning, and we'll be able to make a projection basically when I wake up. So that'll be probably it for tonight. And so thank you all so much for watching the live stream. This was pretty long, 4 hours and 47 minutes, but let me know what you thought of the new design. I'm definitely going to be probably keeping with it. Tweaking a little bit, maybe. Probably not doing a complete makeover. I might, but not quite sure. And so, that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you all so much for watching, and a fantastic rest of your night.